Dakar, Scott Anderson. We're at Oakland Hills, the Detroit Sports Commission Game Above Golf Classic, which is underway. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Craig, who's next here on 97.1. Hello, Craig.
Hey guys, it's actually Greg.
Oh, hey, Greg. Sorry.
No worries at all. 3 points. I'll make them really quickly. Should it be a detriment to a hometown product who gets drafted by the home team? Should that be a detriment to him when things are going awry? It shouldn't be a detriment to him because the management is because it's all business at the end of the day. Management's going to do what's best for them, of course, which you have seen throughout every sport. So why is it a problem when the player within himself as an individual wants to make a decision? Because nobody as a kid ever fantasized hitting the winning game in a regular season. It was always in a championship. It was always at the pinnacle. So why is it that it's a problem that he's looking around, taking evaluation as an individual and trying to look at what's best for himself because he's given.
Greg, it's easy. It's easy because
okay,
it's
and let me just make another point.
Hold on, Greg. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
We'll give you your time. But it's easy because sports fans, that's how sports fans operate. It's that simple.
Okay.
Fans are fans of their team. They love their team. Any disrespect to their team. Fan stands for fanatical, and it's okay. That's the way fans are. It's the way players are. They're different, and that's fine. They both exist in the same world, and they both feed off one another. So it's perfectly fine, Greg.
Okay, and that's why I love you. That's why I love you, because you're able to bring
we love you too, Greg.
For me. Okay, and another point that because of what you just said, it made one of the greatest players in the NFL. In the NFL retire. And we're talking about Barry Sanders. That management wasn't doing anything, wasn't looking to do anything. And in fact, they had a great player, I can't think of his name, who Barry Sanders really appreciated and liked. And when Barry Sanders saw him get traded, it took away the desire of this great player to want to play. And he ended up retiring. And the last point I want to make is, my champion chump is, as long as there is snow still in the UP, and we haven't gotten to the All-Star game, I believe in my Tigers. And my chump is anybody who doesn't see that. Wait till all the snow melts in the UP, and wait till after the All-Star break. Then make your decision. Because I'm a Tigers fan regardless. And I just want to hear your comment on the Barry Sanders and the Tigers fan.
I thought it was Kevin Glover retired, wasn't that?
I think I was part of it, yeah.
Yeah, but and as far as the Tigers, look, we did the math earlier in the show. They are 5.5 games out of a wild card spot with 96 games to go. If you invert those things and put the Tigers 5.5 games up on somebody, I would not think it's a done deal. Now, do they have to play better? Sure. Last year, you go back one calendar year, Cincinnati was 4 games out of the wild card. They made it. 1 year ago today, Boston was 3.5 out of the wild card. They made it. 5.5 is not a huge difference, but they got to keep playing better, and we need more evidence that they can do it. If you wanted to think it was injuries, though, that have cost them, and that's why they've been out of it, the last week has certainly supported that argument.
I think injuries have played a massive role in why this team is now 12 games below 500. If they didn't have to deal with as many injuries, would they be closer to 500? Absolutely, and we'd be disappointed with how they were playing because it wouldn't be 500 baseball, but they'd be a heck of a lot closer. They'd be in the wild card hunt, and we'd be talking about ways to make the team better in the short term, not about trading the chief asset that is Tarek Skubal.
It continues to be a matter and a statement of fact that there's nothing been more true in Detroit sports than if Doug and Scott are on a remote, there will be yard work. And this time, it's being even re-emphasized here at Oakland Hills because these guys have mowed that same strip of grass no less than 3 times. That same strip right there, back and forth they go.
Well, I will say this.
Yes.
These groundskeepers earn their keep here.
Well, that's true. It
is
the reason, it is unbelievable. We're at Oakland Hills. Kang, I don't know. Maybe you could tell us as a producer of this program, how loud are the mowers?
We know they're mowing, guys. We
know
they're mowing.
Yep.
You didn't have to say anything. We know.
And nobody, rest assured, that strip of grass over there to our left has been mowed AF. Let's.
And then then they even have the quiet ones, the
They do.
autonomous ones.
Yeah, they're over here.
Right, those are over by the driving range.
Here comes the whipper.
Tell
Yeah,
him he
well.
got it. You got it, man. It's
Yeah,
good
you did
mode.
a great job. Yep.
It's done.
Great job. Mike is next on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hello, how are you today?
We're
Good.
okay.
So, I find it funny that we don't look at the parallelisms between the Red Wings and the Tigers. So, fans complain that the general managers on both teams aren't doing a good job trading away and bringing in better players to help the teams. I propose you could probably switch Harris and Yzerman, and you'd have the same effect. So I think the real problem is the management or the ownership, because they must be telling these managers, the general managers, this is the approach we're going to take to maximize our revenue.
Well, I disagree with that last part of it. I think you could be disappointed with how things have worked out with the Red Wings, and you have every bit of fodder to say that, because the Red Wings have been nothing but disappointing for almost a dozen years, it feels like. The Tigers, they actually have made the playoffs the last 2 years.
And they've added $80 million plus
Yeah.
in payroll this offseason.
They've spent money. Look, did they make the moves at the trade deadline that everybody wanted to see made? No, they didn't. But they've spent money in the offseason. They brought real major league players to this roster, and they've actually made the postseason. And one guy seems to, so far, the early returns on his draft looks a lot better than the guy who's been doing it for a long time.
You're talking about
Scott Harris.
Yeah.
I mean,
Scott Harris.
His first draft, it looks really good right
The
now.
Clark, McGonigal, Max Anderson as his first 3 picks. But look, I mean, if anything right now, if I were to make an argument against ownership, it would likely be centered around ownership being too loyal to Steve Yzerman.
I won't disagree with that.
But I don't think it's money. I mean, this is one of the highest Tiger payrolls ever. They've added $8+ million in payroll, and the Red Wings. There've been a couple years where they've been $5-6 million under the cap, but mostly they're right up against it the last, during the Yzerman era. So it's cap league; you can only do so much.
In fairness, now the Tigers are forced into spending more money with the Skubal situation because of arbitration. But they did go out and get a $40 million player.
Well,
they went out and got other players too. But the Skubal situation jacked it up
between
even higher.
Framber and Kenley Jansen. They spent some money.
Yeah, without question. But
You might not like who they brought
No.
in. I mean, this is the classic: sign somebody, then you do. Not him, right? But they did spend a lot of money. But look, I mean, there have been years where I think ownership probably did tell them things, and I'm not saying this owner, but on certain teams. But I don't think this. I don't know that it applies here. I'm not sure if the facts support it. 248-539-9797. Hey, Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. Who had the best weekend? Who should called out for having a weekend that stinks? Hey, NBA Finals back tonight. The Knicks and Spurs. I went back and I looked at some things. We've talked a lot about how the Spurs were built. Because we talk about the lottery all the time. Crazy thing about the Knicks is they acquired Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson. I went back and read Karl Anthony Towns' scouting report out of college, and he was basically considered a defensive guy. Oh, he's going to be great on the defensive end, unknown as an offensive producer, and he really has, and that made me think of Ausar. More reason why Ausar developed that into the game. It should be the most fun to develop. Hey, we want you just to shoot.
Right.
Sounds a lot more fun than practicing shuffling side to side or whatever you do to get better defensively.
100%. And I mean, Ausar Thompson's future is so bright, and it's very encouraging.
Jalen Brunson was a second-round pick. It's panned out. It's worked out. More coming up from Oakland Hills. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. According to the Detroit Free Press, Dylan Larkin's preferred destinations in a trade are Florida, Vegas, or Minnesota. Each of those teams can reasonably be considered Stanley Cup contenders in the future of the NHL. Furthermore, all three of those teams currently have a gold medal winning teammate of Dylan Larkin's on their roster. The teams actually on Larkin's request list are unconfirmed, but Freep says Vegas, Florida, and Minnesota are believed to be Larkin's selections. In Pistons offseason news today, Tobias Harris appears intent on staying in Detroit next year. A source close to him told the Detroit News Harris's main focus this summer is signing to a championship contender, and he believes that can be Detroit, and he has a, quote, strong desire to be here. A Texas judge inexplicably granted Brendan Sorsby a temporary injunction against the NCAA today, marking the first time in modern sports history a player who gambled on a sport will still be allowed to play it. NCAA President Charlie Baker reacted to the ruling by saying, quote, there is no better example of why targeted intervention from Congress is necessary. When you have schools and deep-pocketed supporters willing to look the other way on the glaring integrity threat of betting on your own team and judges whose rulings effectively strip away our ability to stop them, only Congress can equip the NCAA to apply this common-sense rule to everyone fairly and consistently, unquote. Baker continued, citing the Protect College Sports Act, saying it would empower the NCAA to enforce rules, including gambling restrictions. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. We're at Oakland Hills for the Detroit Sports Commission Game Above Golf Classic. All right, Scott, obviously a lot of people venting about the Dylan Larkin situation still, and I imagine this storyline is going to go on for some time until if and when he gets traded. I suspect he will, but I think this might take a while. If there's only three teams, Minnesota, Vegas, and Florida, I'm not sure the Red Wings are going to be in any rush to trade him to one of those three teams, especially if they have anybody else call him with a better offer.
I suspect you're right, and I apologize for vacating the camera. But
that's okay.
It's getting a little crispy out there in the sun without protection, and I thought it'd be best if I get in the shade here.
Tarps off, boys. Tarps off.
Tarps off. I think it's a very real possibility that this trade's not going to get consummated before the draft. And I know a lot of people want it to happen before the draft because, hey, if you're going to get draft assets, doesn't it make sense? And yeah, it would, but Steve Yzerman should not be in a hurry because Dylan Larkin has requested a trade.
Yeah.
Like that's I don't care. I really don't. I care what's best for the Detroit Red Wings. And if you want to argue that having Steve Yzerman not be in a position to make the trade, I'm not going to disagree with it, but it's the situation it is. That hasn't changed, and it doesn't sound like it's going to change anytime soon, and certainly not within the next 3 weeks.
I think the idea, and this might be the most obvious statement ever, but I don't think there's a chance in hell that Yzerman does anything less than gets market value for Dylan Larkin. I just can't see him caving and saying we're going to do it for less than market value.
Nor should he. Of course not.
No,
yeah.
And I mean, like I said, it might be the most obvious statement ever. This three-team list doesn't worry me.
It doesn't concern me at all. I think, like everything else, it's a negotiation. And Larkin's side of the negotiation is going to say, okay, the power that I think that I have is with the no-trade clause. Fair enough. If I have that power, then I'm going to try to wield it as much as possible. Here's my first salvo. Here are the three teams I'd like to be traded to. Now, Steve Yzerman has that information now. It's up to him to do with what he pleases. Of course, he's going to look at all three teams and determine if there's a trade there that makes sense for the Red Wings. But he shouldn't just make a trade with those three teams or only look at those three teams. He needs to look at the other 31 teams in the National Hockey League, see what he thinks is the best move that he can make for this franchise, and then you come back the other way with it and say, well, look, I've looked at things that could be made with those teams, and it just doesn't benefit the Red Wings enough. And then he'll offer up what he has potentially worked out or what he's looking at. It gets tough because it is a situation where in order for him to really come back to Dylan Larkin, he has to have a trade in hand. Steve Yzerman does. So it's going to be a long process, I think, to try to flesh that out from the other teams that really have genuine interest. And I would imagine there's probably 20 teams that have genuine interest. Out of those 20, how many of them have a legitimate shot because they'd be teams that Dylan Larkin would be willing to go to? I have no idea. I think there is a percentage, though. But you got to cast a wide net, and you got to find out what's the best deal for Detroit.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, get your Champ of Chump votes in. We do it every Monday. Who gets kudos for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stunk? We get your Champ and Chump votes, tally them up, and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Here comes some of those votes from an unnamed texter. Champ, Kevin McGonigal. Chump, the Nailer D-bag from Seattle. I hope the guy smashes his toe on a nightstand every morning.
Oh, boy.
That's better than what somebody said about it earlier.
Yeah, 100%. It sounds better. He looks like the kind of guy that would stub his toe on a nightstand in the middle of the night.
There you go. Champ, Kevin McGonigal virtually carrying the Tigers. The next out K-line. Chump, Josh Naylor, wannabe hockey defenseman. Frustrated Canadian, LOL. He is Canadian. Not that that's really relevant to the purposes of this conversation. Champ, Golden Tempo, winning the Belmont, won my pool at work with a random draw. Chump, A.J. Hinch. Yes, the Tigers won, so it all worked out. But Hinch hitting Jahmai Jones for Colt Keith in the 6th inning with the bases loaded yesterday was inexcusable. Most talked about topic today if they ended up losing.
Well, I am growing tired of the constant matchups, but the problem I have right now with the constant matchups is they've got the wrong guy in the matchup. Jahmai Jones should not be on the Detroit Tigers. I appreciate what he did last year for this team. He was really good, really efficient against left-handed pitching, an OPS well over 900. But what they have right now is Jahmai Jones' OPS is well below 600 against left-handed pitching. He's not hitting left-handed pitching enough to consider him a quote-unquote specialist to come off the bench. He shouldn't be here. The Tigers have other options. Options at Toledo that might be a little unproven, but there's one guy in Corey Julks who does have nearly 500 plate appearances in the major leagues. He's 30 years old, plays the outfield, and he kills left-handed pitching, albeit at the AAA level right now. But at least what you would get is a guy who comes up to the Tigers and knows what his role is supposed to be, right? You're not wasting an opportunity by bringing up one of your prospects who's only going to play 1 out of 3 days or only get one at bat a night because he's going to be used in a strategic situation. You're getting a guy who probably knows that's what his role is. He's not blocking anybody. Bring him up, say thank you to Jahmai Jones, and let him walk.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Jelks is on the 40-man?
I don't know if Julks is on the 40-man or not, but I don't really care. I would make an easy move. I'll
DFA
get
Jahmai
rid of
Jones,
Jahmai Jones, and then there's Corey Jones.
Yeah, there's a reason why you have journeymen with your AAA teams, guys that probably aren't long-term answers, but you kind of hope that guy can be a respectable, if they get hot, ride that wave. As far as the text is concerned, when I see the term inexcusable, that makes me think you'd fire him.
If somebody's going to say it's inexcusable.
If I were to use it that something was inexcusable, that means I'm making a change. And I don't know if that's what the person means. I think if you're going to make if you think that's the case, I would disagree with it. Maybe that's not how maybe they just use it. But when I hear the term inexcusable, that tells me you would make a change. Well, there's no excuse for doing it. You should be fired.
Yeah, and the reason that A.J. Hinch went to that is because that's what Jahmai Jones' role is. And until Jahmai Jones, exactly. Until he's not on the roster, that's the move that he's going to make. And to this point, they don't trust Colt Keith enough against lefties to deliver in that situation. They also, by the way, don't trust Kerry Carpenter enough in those situations, and he's been pinch hit for. So I would love it if they get to a point where they're winning games and then you get a cushion where you can afford to let those guys play against left-handed pitching and trust them like you trust Riley Green.
Mike in a truck. My champ is the Tigers for playing great baseball this past week. My chump is Scott Harris. There's no reason Zach Short or Jahmai Jones should still be on this team. I would cut them both and call up Lee and Max Clark. It's from Mike in a truck.
Well, the problem with calling up Max Clark is that you want Max Clark to play every day. And neither Zach Short nor Jahmai Jones is playing every day.
Yeah, what's the point of what's the point of doing a show when there's a leaf blower right next to us? What's the point of calling him up to be a part-time player? He should be.
You're just messing with us right now. I mean, honestly, what are we doing?
I mean, there's a reason why the grounds here are considered immaculate.
I suppose we can't talk about how immaculate the grounds are without expecting
One would expect that there would be a lot of work done on the grounds.
a cacophony of engineering marvels that are leaf blowers and weed whackers and trimmers and edgers and lawnmowers.
And yet, well, whatever. You can't call up guys that need to develop to play part-time roles and then expect them to develop.
No, that's why I said Corey Julks, because I think Julks is a guy who fits that bill.
Now,
there are a couple other guys that might fit that bill too, guys that you're still trying to give at-bats to. Everyone's like, they've already had Jace Young up, and Jace Young's he's hitting for power. His batting average isn't great, but his OPS is pretty good. They've got other guys that their OPS is fantastic against left-handed pitching. Jahmai Jones's is not. And it's the difference between AAA and Major League Baseball. And look, you got to find a guy that fits. Right now, Corey Julks fits.
You want to know the timeline for one of those guys getting called up? The moment Gleyber Torres gets traded.
Yep.
Max Clark is likely in Detroit shortly thereafter. If he continues
or Max Anderson.
Max Anderson,
yeah.
sorry. Max Anderson, my apologies. The infielder, is he gets the call up then when Gleyber gets traded. That's probably the biggest thing that would make a difference. But for Mike in a truck, that might explain it. I hope that makes sense as to why you can't call those guys up now. It's Carson Anderson here at Oakland Hills. Grounds crew getting the job done. 97.1.
Well, summer is here. You can tell by the sounds of summer, like lawnmowers and edgers and blowers. Look, if you didn't get your AC tuned up this spring, you're really playing beat the clock against the Michigan humidity. Do not wait until you're sweating through a July heat wave to find out that your system is down. Do what I did. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling right now. In fact, they were at my house last week. My AC is good to go. Now, whether it's a quick AC check to keep those energy bills down or your pool boiler needs a tune-up for peak swimming season, these guys are the local pros. From hot showers to crisp living rooms, Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has you covered. Go ahead and visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. I think they may be out of range now, Doug.
What's that? Oh, the grounds crew? Yeah. They're just doing their job. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Neil, who's next on 97.1. Hello, Neil.
Hi, Doug and Gator. Thank you for taking this call. I wanted to make just a quick comparison of Red Wing ownership over the years, if you can bear with me here, and how history is kind of repeating itself.
Well, just as long as you keep it in under a minute and a half.
I'll try to keep it brief. So anyhow, back when the Wings won cups back in the 1950s, which was actually before my time, they were owned by the Norris family. And that ownership carried into the 60s, and Bruce Norris, the son of the owners, took over the team, and through the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, they were called the Dead Wings, and rightfully so. They made the playoffs maybe once during that time.
We all remember that era, yeah. It was a
and
bad era.
We do remember it, and we kept complaining until Bruce Norris, until people stopped showing up at the arena, sold the team. And who takes the team but Mike Ilitch, who was relentless in his pursuit of the Stanley Cup, which you knew from day one. And it took him 14 years to get there, but he did get there. And he got
those non-cap years were really, really good.
Yep. But he won 4 Stanley Cups under his ownership.
They drafted really well, too.
And now with Chris the son, things have gone downhill. And I blame Steve Yzerman for where we're at right now, but I blame Chris Ilitch even more because his dad would have likely not let whoever was the GM last this long, and he's running the Wings down the way.
I don't know. I mean, it's interesting because the GM is Steve Yzerman, so I don't know. You have no idea how he would have been. I mean, if Mike Ilitch was loyal to anybody, it was Steve Yzerman. So
it's a tough one.
I have no idea how Mike Ilitch would have handled this. And look, it's Chris Ilitch's team. It's a salary cap world. It's not easy to do things, but has it been too long with Steve Yzerman? People make that argument, and you can't. It's hard to argue against.
I can't argue against it. Here's the moral of the story, though, and something everybody needs to remember: infinitum. When you hire somebody with ties, a legend, you can get into these wildly uncomfortable positions. The camp of people that are patient with Yzerman is dwindling quickly, rapidly, and understandably so. It is what it is, okay? And because of that, they're in this incredibly uncomfortable situation. But you were there firsthand through the Tram years with the Tigers, covering that team on a regular basis. I remember Joe Dumars. Joe Dumars won 1 championship as a player, won 2 as a player, then won 1 as an executive. Like, you could make a case that he's like the most underrated, important Piston of all time, more so than Isaiah, because he built a team. By the way, he was building from behind the 8 ball with their best player wanting out, and he took cast-offs and put together a team and won a championship. And then he got run out of town. People got so fed up with patience with Joe Dumars. It sucks, but most people in sports get fired. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, kind of hired to be fired type of thing. And, the Trammell stuff, Trammell's the coach or the manager of the team, wasn't the GM. And it's a little bit different because he's only able to do with with the roster that he has in front of him. And the years that he was there as manager, he didn't have a great roster to work with. In fact, it was a pathetic roster in large part there. So they did bring in some players eventually. Pudge and Tram didn't seem like they got along all that well, but when Tram left, then they brought in other players like Magglio Ordonez and they ended up Placido Polanco. They ended up putting together a pretty good roster. And oh, by the way, they hit on Justin Verlander in the draft, so that helped. And get to the World Series in 2006. Love to see a quick transition with the Red Wings. I don't know if it's quick. It's going to be tough because if you have to trade Larkin away, you're likely getting lots of young players in return or.
Those are the more likely trades, yes. Those are
the more likely trades. Now, there are some moves out there that can be made to actually get an NHL player off somebody's roster. I think it's quite possible that they involve a third team to get that type of player because if you're really going to be restricted by dealing with only a handful of teams and those teams don't have what's really necessary, then it's going to have to be spun off to another team as well to get those assets that make the trade doable.
Let's go to Tom next on 97.1. Hello, Tom. We lost Tom. Well, the one thing about the Yzerman and the Chris Ilitch thing is that we aren't privy to that would be just wonderful to hear what those conversations are like? What could Steve Yzerman say right now that would have a reasonable person saying, I'm not moving on? Could he say anything?
What could Yzerman say?
Yeah.
To ease people's pain?
Yeah, what if Steve Yzerman came on and said, here's why we believe we're going to turn this thing around quickly?
I mean, it'd be almost impossible because he'd have to get specific about players that he's looking to acquire, whether it's through trade or through free agency. It would have to be, a guarantee, which you can't make any guarantees, that players that you've drafted are ready to take the big leap and make the big step, or the guys that are on this roster that are young players are ready to take another big step forward. That you expect Emmett Finney to be a 50 or 60-point guy. That you expect Lucas Raymond to threaten for 100 points. That you've got assurances that Sandine Pellick is going to take a monster leap from this rookie season, which was kind of surprisingly bad for him, that he's going to be actually good, that a healthy Edvinson and next to Mo Sider looks like the most formidable duo on the blue line, and that the goaltending situation is going to work itself out, that they've got the young goaltender to be a backup this year, and that he's going to be pushing Gibson for more starts.
Here's the only thing I could think of, is if Steve Yzerman walked in and said, today, this is the worst trade offer I've got so far for Dylan Larkin. And you look at it and you go, that's pretty good. And he says, this is the worst trade offer. Okay? I am going to do better than this. This I can do better than. And that would make me go, okay. I'm intrigued to see how it works out. Now, would I have left him in position to make this decision? No. But he's here. I just hope any mistakes he's made in the past that he can learn from, great. But this is sort of the reality that we're dealing with.
Well, if he is truly a difficult GM to deal with, that he's stubborn, and the reason he's difficult to deal with is because he wants the most for what he's going to trade.
Difficult for other teams.
Yes.
Okay, not difficult, and not a difficult employee.
No, not just. He's difficult to make trades with because he's always trying to win the trade, which he should, and do what's best for the organization. That might be a real asset going into the summer when you've got a trade chip like Dylan Larkin, and you've got teams that are going to have to bid against each other to get him. The best thing that the Red Wings have going for him with this Larkin potential trade is that his salary is guaranteed. Like, his contract is guaranteed for 5 more seasons at under $9 million a season. That is a bargain in today's NHL if you're getting a number 1 or, say, number 2 center. Someone's going to be in your top 6 forwards at the very least, right? And that's what he is. He's a top 6 forward. He's a guy that can be a point-a-game guy. He's scored 30 goals in each or more in each of the last 5 seasons. He's done it 6 times in his career. He's one of the heroes of Team USA. There's a lot to like about Dylan Larkin. Now, people here in Detroit may have soured on him, and fair enough, okay? I don't care. What do you think the view is from the NHL? I think it's quite favorable. So this is a situation we talk about. You want to get multiple teams bidding on Tarek Skubal to get the most. Same thing for Dylan Larkin. Got a lot of teams that are going to want him. Hopefully it's teams that can offer you something that you really want.
Well, yeah, and it was funny this weekend. I was doing a lot of driving. Went to Chicago and back. And in the drive I was thinking, before this Larkin news broke, I was really believing that the Red Wings are absolutely screwed in that they didn't make the playoffs. They traded a first-round pick. Their young players, any development we're seeing with them, almost all of them, is extraordinarily slow. It doesn't feel like there's help. Oh, but next year they've got A, B, and C coming. Like the last couple of years of Tiger baseball, we've been thinking about McGonigal and Max Clark and players that could help them. We're going to be here eventually, and sure enough, they're getting elite contributions from one of them. Not that you could expect that all the time. I didn't see that on the horizon with the Red Wings. I thought they were in this purgatory, spinning their wheels, and they gave up a future asset, a key one, and a first-round pick, and it didn't get the job done. So now you're even shorthanded moving forward. And it made me realize I actually think this Larkin thing might be the quickest way out to rekindle something, to jumpstart. First of all, you unload a salary, which is a bunch of money. I'd rather have the player, let me be clear, but that can be capitalized on. Mm-hmm. You are going to get assets back to repopulate the team. I just hope that the things that made Yzerman draft who he's drafted, he's learning from them and doing things differently, because these drafts feel like it's paltry in terms of return.
Well, so far, yeah, because the ones they've hit on, they hit on Raymond and they hit on Sider, and it looks like they may have hit on Emmett Finney, who was a late pick, but the other guys are all way unproven. Branzik Nygaard, Danielson, Casper, Sandine Pellikka, Kosa. These are all unproven assets right now.
One of the most depressing things is look at the middle rounds. Well, you got to get something out of middle rounds.
And they've got nothing.
248-539-9797. We're at the Detroit Sports Commission Game Above Golf Classic at Oakland Hills. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. And today, and Dan, thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me on. Great to be at Oakland Hills. Beautiful day.
And you are out here to support this event, but obviously with Detroit getting the Final Four this coming year, tell us a little bit about Detroit's bid and how that went down.
Yeah, very excited to be coming back for the men's Final Four here. Second time ever, first since 2009, as you know. The Detroit Sports Commission did a great job with Michigan State University in bidding for this event, and the men's basketball committee approved it a few years ago, and now we're just months away. We come every month to the Final Four site starting in June before the April event, and so this is our first official meeting with the local organizing committee and with Ford Field and the hotels downtown, and we'll start doing some serious planning here now that we've put the 26th event to bed in Indianapolis.
How many years in advance do you need to have before you start, laying things out in the future? Like the bid comes out, and then when does it come to fruition?
Well, it can be as many as 5 years or so, 5 or 6 years out. We are awarded out right now through 2031, and we'll start a new process. We'll award new Final Four sites next summer for 2032 through 2036. So you have to go far out, not necessarily because of the venues. Oftentimes the venues are available. The NFL's not playing their season in April, of course, but we need to get hotels secured and convention center space secured. That's what drives having to do it so far in advance.
So for Detroit, what stands out about the Detroit bid? What makes Detroit unique in any way, whether it be from a challenge perspective or what Detroit brings to a table that makes it a good spot for a Final Four?
I think the passion of the community, honestly. It's a great basketball area. It's the city of Detroit, the state of Michigan. There's great history here. The NCAA tournament's been held in and around the state of Michigan since 1963. There's been 46 NCAA tournament games here in 4 different cities across the state. Of course, Michigan State, our host institution, as well as the University of Michigan, 2 incredible basketball programs. So I think it's the passion. And honestly, I think there was some hesitation about coming back to Detroit after 2009 because of some of the challenges that the city had. But the success of the NFL draft being here really, I think, convinced the basketball committee and staff that Detroit had come back and could host a major event like that again.
Interesting. What were some of the challenges in 2009?
Well, I'm not sure there were challenges per se. But some of the subsequent years after that, obviously the city has had its challenges, and
right.
now it's just amazing, the renaissance here and how this place has come back so strong, and is certainly, again, like I said, a great area for basketball, an area that we feel like the national championship should be played. And so it just took a while for to come back and to have that confidence it could be a really successful event again.
So how often are you scouting Detroit over the last few years? How many times have you been here to check out, make sure things are where they need to be?
Quite a bit, yeah. At least once a year. We've had regionals here, of course. Just back a few years ago, we had Purdue beat Tennessee at Little Caesars. So we've been here quite a bit. I come for regular season events as well to see Michigan State or Michigan play, Oakland. So in and out at least once a year.
All right, so you oversee the men's championship, the March Madness tournament. We've got a ton of calls about tournament expansion. I'm sure you get asked about it a ton. Yeah,
sure.
Tell us a little bit about the biggest motivating factor, because we get more people wondering why than anything else, because they think March Madness is perfect.
Yeah.
So this is something you oversee.
Yeah.
I ask you, why?
Yeah, great question. And we've certainly heard all the feedback. This was a 2-year-plus process the basketball committee and staff underwent to consider whether or not to expand the tournament. What's happened in Division I is that it's grown significantly. Since the last time the tournament expanded to 64 teams, and that was 1985, 40 years ago, there's 80 Division I schools that have joined that level. And there's also, as you guys well know, been huge conference realignment. The Big Ten right at the top of that list with the ACC, with having 18 different schools now in the Big Ten. The SEC and the Big 12 have 16. So the reason for the expansion is that Division I's gotten bigger, and the confluence of power programs that invest a lot of money have gotten to a smaller number of conferences, bigger conferences that feel like it's harder to get into the NCAA tournament now with the field size of 68. And so that's why the committee's ultimately decided to expand by 8 teams. It's a pretty modest expansion, and it's really meant to meet the needs of the conferences and schools for the next 20 years. honoring what's been so great about the tournament for the last 50 years, but evolving it because it was not in the conference's minds meeting the needs of their member institutions.
Are you at all worried that adding more teams could water down the tournament, or that it may help undermine the importance of the regular season? Or should they do away with conference tournaments? Or
yeah, no, I mean, I first of all, it's just going to provide 8 more opportunities to for a team to come in and play as an at-large team. Those games we played on Tuesday and Wednesday, what we're going to call now the opening round. By Thursday at noon, when the tournament's first round starts, it's exactly the same tournament we've all known and loved for many, many years. It's a very small compromise to get more access where conferences and schools felt like they needed the access. Do I think it waters it down? Well, yeah. I mean, it depends on how you define watered down. Will there be some more marginal teams that will be in the field now that weren't in the field? Sure. But there are teams like Texas was one of the last teams in the field this year, and they went all the way to the Sweet 16, came away from tipping from Purdue from going to Elite 8. The quality and depth of basketball now is so great that some of these teams will certainly win games in the tournament. Do I think it's going to hurt the regular season? I really don't. I've heard that argument a lot. I think it could actually encourage power programs to play more significant non-conference games in November and December because the threat of losing, the risk of losing is much less now, having the opportunity to have 8 more spots in the field. So I think it could actually enhance the earlier part of the season. And then, the other argument that I hear sometimes is, well, schools will coast or the games at the end of the season won't be as meaningful. I don't believe that at all because teams are always going to be vying for better seeding and for, regular season finish in their conference tournament. So that's just not a thing to me at all. So it is a compromise of sorts, to meet the needs, like I said, of what the membership thinks, is important for the future. Look, at an ideal world, you could argue that it should be a 64-team tournament, but we went way back beyond that 15 years ago to go to 68.
Is there a crazy venue possibility in the next 10 years that nobody's even thought of that you have for the tournament?
Well, I don't know if it's crazy, but we are going to Las Vegas for the Final Four the year after Detroit. Years ago, you would never have thought that because the NCAA didn't have championships in Las Vegas for the longest time. So that'll be exciting to be on the Strip in Vegas. I don't know about crazy. We considered the great venue in Los Angeles where the Rams play. They bid for a Final Four, came real close, weren't awarded. Part of the challenge there is it's not fully enclosed. It's covered, but it has open air, it's just a big property that has – and I was there to see a CFP championship game a few years ago, and they had terrible weather, rain that kind of came in almost sideways. And so I don't think we're going to risk going somewhere real crazy with the national championship because, if it's an event in November, you can recover. If it's a national championship, you got to be sure you can pull it off.
Dan Gavitt runs the March Madness tournament here. Detroit hosting the next Final Four at the Detroit Sports Commission Game Above Golf Classic. All right, so the cynic, and we get this, says it's all about money and you're on your way to 128 teams. What would you say to that person?
Well, money is important. I will not dispute that. I mean, we were able to make a deal with our broadcast partners, CBS and TNT Sports, to support expansion. It's a $300 million deal over 6 years, an average of $50 million a year. And because of that, about $130 million will go back to the membership in terms of units for basketball performance in the basketball tournaments. That's important in today's day and age with revenue sharing as it is. I don't see anywhere near 128. I'm not sure. Within the 3.5 weeks window that we have to play a tournament right now, this is the most number of teams you can have because in order to be larger than that, you would have to move conference tournaments. There's not enough time to get conference tournaments played in the window they're in and play this event before the weekend before the Masters on CBS. So I don't see that happening, at least not in my tenure, and I don't think anytime soon. I think 76 is really the optimal and maximum number.
Anything else new on the horizon that college basketball fans could be looking forward to? I know you guys always got stuff cooking, so anything you can hint that's coming up?
Well, I mean, in this area in particular, I mean, next season should be a fantastic season, right? I mean, the defending champs trying to get back here to defend their tournament championship, the Michigan Wolverines, and then of course Tom Izzo's going to have a great team too, a top 10 team with some players that he has back and some great freshmen coming in. So just that alone should be very exciting for fans in this state. New things, The Players Era event is an event that's now becoming more and more valuable for the start of the season. That event gets played out in Las Vegas in November. There's 24 teams that are playing in that event on ESPN. And we're going to actually tip off the season this year with a game at the Vatican between Notre Dame and Villanova, where they'll play in front of Villanova alum Pope Leo.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Wow. That's awesome.
Who's a Chicago native.
One other thing, you're in charge of broadcasting as well.
Yeah.
Streaming.
Yeah.
How is streaming, what is it bringing to the table? Because it is something that fans are challenged with, is all the different streaming services.
100%. And, there's challenge because of the expense of it, because of the challenge of switching from devices, and streaming services. What it brings to properties is younger demo, younger viewers. We've seen it with the NBA on NBC. When those games are on Peacock, the average age of the viewer is 10 years younger than those fans that are watching on NBC or ABC, ESPN. And we've seen that, too, with March Madness Live for the NCAA tournament. So it is a way to bring younger viewers into fandom for your event. But it is the balance is the expense of it, the challenge of switching from one device to another or one streaming service to another, which has gotten the attention of the Department of Justice as well with the NFL, right?
Yeah. So I do have one more question.
Sure.
Between Dusty May and Tom Izzo, I'm sure you hear opinions in the head coach of Michigan and Michigan State.
Sure.
What are your conversations with those guys like?
Well, Tom tried to call me this morning, actually. We were trading messages. Two great guys. I've known Tom much longer, known Tom for probably 25, 30 years. He is just one of the all-time best, in my opinion. Just an incredibly quality guy, obviously a Hall of Fame coach as well. So well respected by his peers. And cares. He puts time and effort into the game, looking after the game, serving on the NABC board. Dusty's done an incredible job early in his career. I mean, taking Florida Atlantic to a Final Four appearance, and then, of course, winning the national championship this year. And he's a pretty young guy, pretty, relatively new in the business when you compare him to Tom Izzo, for example. So this state is blessed with two great coaches as well as other ones, too. Greg Campi, an incredible coach.
I was about to ask you about Greg. He's opinionated as well.
He's
a member here, I think.
I know he is, yeah. And a good friend and a great guy, yeah. Cares a lot about the game as well.
Dan Gavitt, Senior VP of Basketball, NCAA. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate you.
It's a Detroit Sports Commission Game Above Golf Classic, and, of course, in support of the Detroit Sports Commission, which helped bring the Final Four to Detroit next spring. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
If you're looking at your home and realizing that it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding someone that you can actually trust. That's why you need to call Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. With over 30 years of service right here in Michigan, Shaner has built a reputation that's frankly unmatched, and we're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating, and that's backed by thousands of homeowners. You don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're a local family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics. Instead, they provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs, and when the job's done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community. They're here to stay, and when you're ready for quality that you can count on, visit mymichiganroof.com. Get the 5-star treatment that your home deserves, again, at mymichiganroof.com.
I'm worried about Kenny. Champ and Chump will be posting on our website on Tuesday. Both the Champ and the Chump were kind of runaways. I'll just leave it at that. We're at Oakland Hills for the Game Above Detroit Sports Commission golf outing. And Scott, we are very close to the golf. We are not playing golf.
No.
But still a nice day to be outside.
It's a big tease.
Yeah. All right, so Scuba pitched yesterday in West Michigan, which must have been awesome for the people up there in Comstock at LMCU Ballpark, which I think is what it's called now. But, yeah, it must have been cool for people who were there.
Yes, and these people had their tickets bought way in advance. Not because of Scuba. Do you know why?
Pokemon night.
Well, do you know what yesterday's date was?
What was it, June 7th?
Mm-hmm.
And what is June 7th? Was that Ferris Bueller Day? Oh, 6-7. Oh, God.
I'm not setting up a joke. That's legit. That's why the tickets were sold out.
So it was 6-7 night at LMCU Ballpark?
Yeah.
And what does that actually entail? Like, what kind of promotions can you possibly – you know what the promotion is? Nothing.
You bail and just say it's Scuba Day, I think is what you do. But nonetheless, it had to be electrifying to be there at high A baseball. And then you get to see the 2-time Cy Young Award winner come make a rehab start, throw 5 shutout innings, strike out 6? He threw like 55 pitches, 44 for strikes or something. He was throwing them.
Just as long as he was healthy.
Yes, as long as you come out of that healthy, and he hit near triple digits on the gun. I thought I saw 99. He feels great. He's ready to roll, and will likely start in the series against Cleveland either Friday or Saturday. I imagine.
The other thing is NBA Finals Game 3 tonight. Knicks go to San Antonio and win the first 2 games. I think San Antonio's youth is showing up here a little bit. Their inexperience, their possessions at the end of at critical times in this series. I feel like when the series games get away from them, they have terrible possessions, and I kind of feel like San Antonio's youth and inexperience is showing here a little bit. And the Knicks just look like the team that is more poised on the stage. And quite frankly, that's an example of a team that found an extra gear. I mean, you talk about a team that found an extra gear and are playing above much of the way they played much of the season. I hate to do it. I very reluctantly do it. I don't want to do it, so but I'm going to do it anyway. I got to give them credit.
Yeah, I know it sucks. I mean, they played amazingly so far in the playoffs. I mean, flawlessly. And it's impressive. You can't help but come away and say that you're impressed with what the Knicks have accomplished to win the first 2 games on the road at San Antonio. It's incredible. I mean, we saw how the Pistons, it was regular season, I get it, but the Pistons manhandled the Knicks in the regular season in 3 games. And they won all 3 of those games without having Jalen Duren at their services. But they weren't even close. The 2 games they played against the Spurs, the Pistons looked like they couldn't match up at all, because Wembanyama is this defensive hydra who altered every shot that was taken anywhere near within the 8-foot radius of the rim, and there's no way you were going to be able to drive on him and score. It just wasn't happening. The Pistons had no luck at all against San Antonio, and we're talking about the season as it progressed and getting closer to the 60 wins. I think the thought was this is a really good Piston team that's going to get to the NBA Finals, but they just can't match up against San Antonio or Oklahoma City. And yet here's the team that the Pistons dominated, and now they're up 2-0 in the NBA Finals against a team that I thought most of us thought there's no way they're going to lose to the Knicks.
Kang, I got to ask you a question, given your love and with the NBA and how long you've been following it. And what does the Pistons-Knicks regular season series mean?
I want to say it means north of nothing. So I don't want to take completely like, it means nothing at all, but not that much. I mean, you guys have heard me say it many times. Playoff basketball is different than regular season basketball. And the Pistons found out early in round 1, right? Especially when a team's healthy, things change, of course. But the Knicks also got better, of course, and you can't deny that. Whether they're clicking at the right time or whatever it is, they're better now than they were in the regular season as well. The regular season is what it is. Some nights there's load management. Other nights it's, it's a back-to-back, a second night of a back-to-back, whatever. But it does tell me that the Pistons can match up with them But just because they swept the Knicks in the regular season doesn't mean, they're clearly a better team than the Knicks. But I don't put a ton of stock into it, if that's what the ultimate question is you're asking me.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it doesn't mean completely nothing.
Yeah, but
I'm not
it
sure.
doesn't mean something either,
Yeah. Well,
I just think it's matchups.
Oh, matchups can matter. You're right. I mean, maybe the Pistons are a tougher matchup for the Knicks than some of who they've seen in the playoffs. I do think the Knicks, though, found another level. Teams do that
Well, they have,
once in a while,
definitely.
that you just suddenly look completely unbeatable. We bring in Rico Beard, who is back in our studios, and, of course, on deck with Mike.
Where's the lawnmowers?
They're off in the distance.
Guys, I can't talk to you unless I hear lawnmowers in the distance. I don't know that you're still on location.
Rico, I didn't want to tell them this, but since you're here, we do have a remote this week. It's on 696 westbound during we have an interview scheduled with the road commissioner as well at 11 o'clock
right
tonight.
here,
We're at
right near the construction site.
The Woodward overpass.
And then next week, you'll be on the 9-4. All right.
Yeah, sure.
How was your weekend, sir?
It was okay. It was okay.
Yeah.
Nice. It was nice outside. I was just listening to Kang. I thought Kang said that the Pistons could beat the Knicks, and I was like, But he was like, he changed it in the talkback. So
I don't know if he changed it or he misinterpreted what he was saying, but
yeah, I did. I caught the tail end. So I was just
Gotcha.
like, did you see that?
what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're actually going to talk about some 3 issues we have with tonight's Knicks game against the Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Larkin named his 3 teams that he would like to go to. And, Doug, I don't even know what the NCAA football is anymore.
Dude.
It's a joke.
I first of all, I don't think he's going to play. I don't know how there's a chance in hell he can play. They found a Texas Tech friendly judge. But if you gamble on the sport, I don't know how they could possibly
You know what, Gator?
say he can play.
I'm still waiting for Cassius and everybody in 2020 to sue and get that year back. Why not?
Hey, if they're allowing this to happen, right?
Right.
Have a great show. Thanks for listening, everyone. Thanks for our crew out here. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Dylan Larkin shared his list of preferred destinations in a trade with the Detroit Red Wings today, according to the Detroit Free Press. The Free Press says believed to be on Larkin's list are Florida, Vegas, and Minnesota. Florida is the back-to-back defending champions despite missing the playoffs this year. Vegas is, of course, in the Stanley Cup final right now, and Minnesota was a playoff team this past season as well. A source close to Tobias Harris told the Detroit News that he wants to be back in Detroit next year. They say Harris's top priority is signing with a contender for a championship this offseason, and he has a strong desire to come back to Detroit. He thinks those two things will mesh together well. Tonight in the NBA, it's Game 3 of the finals between the Spurs and Knicks. Knicks holding a 2-0 lead in the series. They're favored by 2.5 points tonight to increase that to 3-0. Tip-off in the first NBA Finals game at Madison Square Garden in 27 years is at 8:30 tonight. In other NBA news, the Atlanta Hawks have signed a contract extension with head coach Quinn Snyder today. And in college football, Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has inexplicably been granted a year of eligibility next year by a Texas judge who ruled in his favor, granting a temporary injunction between Sorsby against the NCAA. The ruling cites that Sorsby will, quote, suffer a probable, imminent, and irreparable injury, unquote, if the injunction is not granted. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
And a good Monday afternoon to everybody. Beautiful day in the Metro Detroit area. We got a jam-packed show. We have a lot of ground to cover, and we will. We're going to talk about the finals a little bit. I have 3 grievances I'd like to file. Dylan Larkin's wish list, and not good. And then, honestly, maybe the thing I'm most passionate about today is, you just heard it in Brendan's update. This, Rico, you said it best pre-show. Every time you think you find the bottom, we redefine a new bottom. Brendan Sorsby somehow inexplicably granted a restraining order against the NCAA. We're going to get into it because I'm willing to take resignations today if you're a college football fan who's just had it, because there's no rules. So we're going to get to that. There's not a lot to say on the Tigers. They played really well yesterday. They stole a game. They needed it. They were owed that. But again, I'm not doing referendum radio every time they win a game. They got a lot of work to do. And we might get to them later. We might not. It's an off day.
You mean we're not going to get on the Magana goggles?
First of all, that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. The kid was cute. It was hilarious. Did I need to see her 7 times? No. But it was fun.
You didn't see it in the post game? They broke it down for like 5? No, I'm kidding.
No, I didn't. I was still trying to repair the speakers that Dan Dickerson blew out. But look, I want to dive into the finals tonight, and I want to know which of these is the most annoying. Okay. I think annoying is the right wording. Okay? And these are in no particular order. Annoyance number 1, the ticket prices. I'm offended by very little in life. It takes a lot to offend me. I'm offended by the ticket prices.
Really?
Cheapest ticket in the building, $7,500, which basically you're sitting on a banner. You need binoculars to see. It's egregious. There are
when you got to. Hey, could you move the banners over so I can see?
I need
court?
Bernard King's number moved to the side, please. It gets to a point where when you think it makes Super Bowl look affordable, you've gotten to a place. And the reason I say it, Rico, they haven't had a finals game at home since 1999. Okay, there were people who were in the prime of their life then, who are at the end of their life now. And there's a very passionate fan base. They've been shut out. And you even heard Josh Hart talk about it in the post game of I wish the ticket prices could allow our biggest fans to be here. Mm-hmm. So that's one. I'm annoyed by it because it's symptomatic of 2026. Whether it's taking your family on a vacation, going to a concert, or going to a game, event pricing, we've lost the plot. Nothing makes sense. I don't know how we went from concert tickets that were $50 to $5,000, but that's where we are.
I got a theory on that, but I want to hear the other.
That's fine. So number 1 is the ticket prices annoy me. 2, and this is, I hate these PSAs because people are such snowflakes, but I'll offer it. This isn't about policy or politics. Why the hell is a standing president of the United States of America going to Game 3 of the NBA Finals? Don't tell me James Dolan invited him. I don't care. Because, again, the fans are the one who pay the price. Right now in New York, they've had to wall off Midtown Manhattan. This is like when the UN comes together. There's no walking. There's nothing. You have to show up over 2 hours early. You are essentially going to be screened and rescreened like it's TSA. They have a new bag policy. And the only people allowed in this zone are business owners or ticketed fans. They've blown up all the watch parties, all because a president inexplicably feels the need to be at Game 3. I don't care that he's buddies with Dolan. You know what you give up when you're the president? You give up a personal life, Tuesday night bowling league, and just saying, F it, I'm going to a ball game. You don't get to do it anymore. But who pays? The fans. Oh, by the way, and the city of New York, who has to spend how much money and coordinate with Secret Service, how much police presence, how much... it's stupid. It's stupid. And I don't care. You could have Obama on a parachute. It's the same opinion. So just don't let your political affiliation cloud you here. It's stupid.
I'm quite sure political affiliation will cloud some people's judgment. I'm going to give you the spoiler alert, Mike. That's the one that bothers me, annoys me the most.
I didn't even get to number 3.
You don't need to, because that was the one, so much so, I put that on the sheet last night. I was just so angry. Like, I don't want to forget how angry I am right now because of what you said for one. I'll let you get to 3.
Okay, no, you're good.
But for one, the ticket price is being ridiculous. This is the show me society. Look at me. I got the money. It'll be tons of selfies. Hell, you had a couple losers run out on the court in Game 2 or, hey, look, I got a selfie with Wemby. But the fact that the watch parties got taken away from the average Joe, from the fans who are the real Knick fans.
Right, they're not even there.
Who can't do the bing bong and can't look. Not all of them are great people. They attack crowd, but they have been doing this for years, and now this is their time to shine.
And it's taken from them.
And you can't go for a guy who's going to probably be at the game for about 10 minutes and then leave.
I don't like it.
I can't stand this because this was for the everyday fan. This wasn't for the guy the corporation who could afford the tickets to the game tonight, because the average guy ain't paying those tickets.
And you made a key point. Look, I am not a fan of a lot of the behavior of some of the fans. The fact that they had to arrest or detain 26 people Friday night at a watch party. I'm making a point. It's an opportunity for fans to try to get close to their team because they have no shot of getting in that arena. Right. So that was number 2. Number 3, and this is me, I know I'm going to sound like I'm old. What the hell is Wemby doing in Central Park painting pictures like 7'4" Bob Ross? Wemby, you're down 0-2 in this series. Oh, and I don't want to do today's players or like I sound like I'm Robert Parrish back in my day. This is why I hate players. I can't take you serious. You're down 0-2. Get in the hotel room. He's in Central Park being photographed drawing statues. Again, here's part of what you gave up being the number 1 pick in the draft. You don't get to saunter around Central Park down 0-2. You don't.
Come on, man. This man hangs out with monks over in... I understand. No, I was shocked because if you saw the end of Game 2, that Wemby would be kicking Central Park Wemby's ass right now.
Thank you.
That Wemby, after Game 2, called out himself, called out his team, said we're like spoiled children. We don't understand what's in front of us.
Cutscene, I'm doing watercolors.
And so when you were like, yeah, he's in the park, I'm like, not Wemby. Yes, Wemby.
And here's the photography. Yeah. So the 3 things, just tell me which one annoys you the most. All right, and nobody call up being a big baby. It's simple. What the hell's a standing president doing going to Game 3 and now the fans are the one who paid a price? Ticket prices, forget it. We are on planet Nebular. When it comes to big events, the realest fans have absolutely never been further from it. And part 3, I would term it today's NBA players and why we don't like you in a picture. What the hell is Wemby down 0-2 after he threw the ball off what was it? Stephon Castle's ball bag. You're down 0-2 in a series. You can't be in the park. You know what, Wemby, why don't you just put some makeup on and be a mime, right? There, you're French. Put on a beret. Here. Ooh, wee, look at me. He's smiling. What are you doing?
This is me going against the wind. Oh, wait.
Right. Simulating, walking backward. This is why I can't stand this league right now.
Yeah.
It's the finals. Forget about MJ and Charles and the famous dinner before the finals. Those guys didn't speak to each other. Dude, it's just so unserious. Well, what's the players? Has to have a personal life. Not during the finals, he doesn't. Your job's to be at the hotel. Period.
I don't understand how he did that. After throwing himself and his team under the bus, because I was sitting there saying, you know what, Wemby? Good for you for saying that we're acting like spoiled children. We don't understand where we are right now, and we're playing that way. And then you do this. Like that kind of, you just discredited yourself. Now, for me, the flow chart goes back to the ticket prices.
Yeah.
No. It's not even that the president is there. It's the fact that the real Knicks fans can't be outside. It's the equivalent, Mike, if the Pistons were here and they shut off the Chevy Plaza and they shut down downtown and nobody's allowed to walk through downtown.
Yeah, like remember when Toronto was in the finals, Maple Leaf Square?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Deer District from Milwaukee.
It would be a prime minister or a standing president if basically wiping that out by their presence. Here's an idea. Have some self-awareness and don't go. Okay? You got don't they have the what is it, America Bash 250 or whatever coming up? Go attend that.
Yeah, you got a UFC thing right in your front lawn.
I can't and the fans are the one who paid a price and I'm tired of it.
Or you know what? You sneak in there. You just don't tell 10 people know that you're coming. They put you into
I
a
don't think
suite.
that's how that works, but I appreciate
your
the
Secret
sentiment.
Service. Be secret about it.
Okay, here's my power rank. I actually think I'm most upset at Wemby, a.k.a. Michelangelo. It'd be Wemby 1, the president blowing up fan parties and shutting down Midtown Manhattan for no reason other than ego. And then part 3 is just the ticket prices.
Yeah, I'm the fans not getting in there for the real fans. That's 1 with the president. 2 is Wemby. 3 is the fan prices because let's face it.
That's everywhere.
Those fans, that's Super Bowl prices. That's corporations. That's I'm rich. Look at me.
248-539-9797. Just tell me which one bothers you the most as we get ready for Game 3 tonight. And it should be a spectacle. It should be. But which one bugs you the most? And if you think my take with Wemby or the president or the pricing is somehow unfair or you disagree with it, just have a reason. I'm not doing policy debates. I'm not doing politics. I don't care. Like I told you, name any Democrat you want, put them in here. It's the same thing. I don't care about politics. I laugh at all of it.
But this is one where you know what? Just read the room, man. Like, don't take this away from this fan base. They have been waiting decades for this. And now you're being told, oh, no, not tonight. You can at least it's Game 3 and not Game 4.
No, they're going to try to do something at Bryant Park. They're going to try to do something up at Central Park. The point, it's not what it's supposed to be. It's not what it's been, and it's all to serve one person. And there's no point to it. So, all right. No, there will be no Bing Bong. Oh, I know what you're calling for. Oh, yeah. No, I'm saying outside tonight. There won't be.
Oh, I know.
I'm glad I introduced you to the whole concept of
every time
fandom.
They win now, I'll have that Bing Bong.
Right.
Bing Bong.
248-539-9797. I want to hear from you on these. We'll get to Dylan Larkin's trade list. We'll get to Brendan Sorsby. Lots to talk about today. 97.1.
Hey, what if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and a price that did not change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future because now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included, no strings, no commitments, and you get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're going to be guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that'll find and fix problems before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that protects you from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after 12 months. Regular rates apply to Xfinity Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
All right, so we're just starting. I just wanted to see if it resonated. There were three things that bothered me about tonight's NBA final game. And a lot of it is I take up for fans in that they're having their sports taken from them already. The pricing to go to an NBA finals game, forget about it. Then the president decides he's going to go for game 3. Please spare me this get out of jail free card about, well, Dolan invited. People invite you to do lots of things. There's a reason standing presidents don't attend live sporting events very often. The idea that Knick fan, who I have no love for, but on a human level, those fans have had it all taken from them now. Now, because the president's going, a 10-square block radius in Midtown, you're not allowed to even be in there. No watch parties, massive screening, and for what?
Hey, here's the thing.
And then Wemby, sorry. He's imitating Monet in Central Park down 0-2 in the NBA Finals. That's the one that gets me the most.
Wemby, I'm just disappointed in you. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. The president thing, like, if we all knew he was this hardcore Knick fan for years, that he was always, okay, I would understand that.
I wouldn't.
But it's like, come on, man, you're just going.
When you're the leader of the free world, you give up certain things. Being able to just casually go to a ball game and have a hot dog is one of them. Okay? Now, he did his thing with the Lions and the Commanders and whatever, and we largely just took drops from it. This is the NBA Finals in Midtown Manhattan on a whim, and it's impacting fans. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of fans coming in last. It's the same thing. Look, we talked about this, and it was so funny. I was talking with Evan, because Evan handles all our YouTube and analytics and, general responses and whatever. And there were actually like people caping up for the Chicago Bears organization and blaming politicians. And I'm going, what is wrong with you people? Do you understand what the Bears are asking for? Oh, yeah, well, we want you to pay for all the infrastructure for our building, and we want tax certainty because the taxes in Illinois are too expensive. Too bad. Stay in your current building. Oh, well, it's too small. Too bad. You're billionaires. What did the McCaskies pay for that thing 100 years ago? What is it worth now? Figure it out.
Oh, buddy. Yeah, I read some of that. Oh, these two clowns don't know how close it actually is to Chicago. And there's trains that go there.
Good,
and
then go.
Hey, they're acting like you got to drive an hour.
No, yeah, it's called traffic. And they're putting it in a landfill. And by the way, it's in Indiana. And please don't compare it to the New York Giants. There is literally no room on Manhattan Island for an NFL stadium. And by the way, the Giants made that move 50 years ago. So I don't want to hear it. I'm tired of fans having their team taken from them. The Chicago Bears have played in the city of Chicago for over a century. Figure it out. I digress. I'm just tired of fans coming in last.
That's why the high ticket prices.
I know.
Those are people who, they don't associate with the regular man. I just hated the fact that the regular Knicks fans got displaced tonight.
Because of the president.
Right. It's like.
You're really not mad at Wemby. You're just disappointed?
Yeah.
That surprises me.
No, I'm disappointed. Yeah.
If Wemby played for the Pistons and they were down 0-2 and they're in the NBA Finals tonight, and Cade had a baguette, a beret, and was doing a Monet interpretation in Central Park, these phone lines would be filled with what?
Oh, people would be angry. But
that's all I'm saying.
I'm disappointed because Wemby, I thought, really said some mature things after game 2. And I was like, that's a future leader. And then you showed me the picture. I was like, that can't be right now. I was like, was that last year? Is it? No? Okay. That's him.
To the people. We'll go to Matt. He's batting leadoff. 97.1. Matty, what's good, brother?
Yo, what's up, Mike and David and Rico?
How are you, sir?
Good. All right. So first, just to touch off topic, Mike, I'm not going to out your secret, but I went to the Italian place that you recommended.
Okay.
Phenomenal, man. I had the lobster pasta.
All right.
Amazing.
Good deal.
Matt.
All right. Second.
Matt, real quick.
Yes.
How was the mastacholi?
You shut your mouth. I would never send a dignified gentleman and caller of this show to such an establishment. Matt, go ahead to number 2.
All right. Number 2, for me, I feel like it's the prices and the president being there. And because there was some type of real quick interview that Trump did with some news outlet, and they asked him about the ticket prices, and he's like, oh, well, it sucks they can't go, but, they can always watch it on TV. Well, how about you take your own advice and you stay at the White House and watch it on TV so people don't have to, so they don't block off everywhere in New York so people can actually watch the game.
100%.
The prices are ridiculous.
No, and Matt, again, I don't care what side of the aisle somebody's on. It's ridiculous. With what's going on in the world right now, it's an absurdity. And the fact that they had to basically boot all the fans from around the arena and the watch parties, I'm just tired of fans constantly just getting hit with a wet mop. They got no shot.
Because these were the fans who couldn't afford the thousands of dollars, but they could all have this community party, cheer their team on, and watch it outside the arena and be a part of the atmosphere. And now you guys disperse because he's showing up, and it's like, just stay home.
And it's not even just this sport; it's every sport. Whether it's football, college football, hockey is probably not that much, but it's mostly NBA and NFL. The prices are ridiculous.
Yeah. You can still get to a baseball game for cheap. That's because there's 800 of them, Matty. But no, the NFL, completely out of reach. The NBA, largely out of reach. I mean, it doesn't matter. If you make the finals, you got no shot. But in places like New York or LA or Miami, of course, it's elevated. But the fans' response to that is these watch parties. Rico cited, Deer District or Maple Leaf Square when Toronto was in. There's an element where fans want the ability to participate. There's no reason for a standing president to be to this game. There's none. You cannot justify it. Again, I don't care about your politics. If it makes you feel any better, we'll use Obama as the example. You can't do it. Now, again, there are one-offs in life. Like when George Bush attended the first baseball game played after 9/11. That was a show of strength. It was a moment in time. Also, by the way, Republicans, so I don't play favorites.
But everybody wanted him there.
There's a
Everyone
difference.
knew what it was going to be.
Right. In New York. So, yes, you needed to see that type of thing. There's
no reason for it.
You got a UFC event in your front lawn. How about you go there?
Let the fans have their moment.
Yes.
But again, go to Josh, 97.1. Josh, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good, Josh. What's on your mind, pal?
Hey, so I actually just moved to New York in January. I'm going to Columbia doing my master's there. So
Congratulations, first of all. Yeah. And you've automatically, in the first sentence, have established you are far more intelligent than either of us. So tremendous on your part.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But I went to the watch party for Game 2, and I'm a Detroit sports fan, so I never really got to experience anything like that in my adult life, unfortunately. And the vibes were just, it was magical. I mean, as much as the fans get bad press for not being very welcoming, it was a great energy. And it makes me a little bit upset that, they don't get to experience that for the first home finals game in so long. It's kind of a microcosm of everything that's wrong with sports right now in a lot of ways, the things that are wrong with the country. So that's all I wanted to say. I mean, it is just disappointing that, someone doesn't have the self-awareness to say, okay, this is for the people, because we don't get many things for us in sports nowadays. We can't even attend the games, as much as I want to even go to a regular season Pistons or Knicks game. So sometimes it's just out of my price range. So this is supposed to be for the fans. This is not supposed to be some big, oligarchy.
No, I mean, Josh, we don't even have to take it there because, again, it doesn't matter. You could love the president, dislike the president. I don't care. Any time in history, outside of a choice few moments, this is not acceptable. And the fans have to pay the price. That's all it comes down to. You don't have to go any deeper than that. But once again, it's a stark reminder. This is where I always laugh when people play politics like a team sport. The teams don't care about you. Your politicians don't care about you.
You say that again for the people in the back.
No, I mean, but
you're right. As you say, they like to cape up, and it's they would run right over you.
Fire, and they wouldn't extinguish you if they had to go to the bathroom. We'll be polite. So, just don't do it. But I laugh because, sports, look, I get at least the sports thing. I don't get how people turn politics into a team game. I'm sorry, I must have missed where at Lids I can buy my standard issued party line fitted hat.
Mike, are you serious now?
David, you got a flex fit?
Hold on. David, are you serious, Mike?
I don't get it.
I wore a hat in jest.
Oh, I know.
And people got upset.
No, I know.
You actually can buy those hats.
Okay, you're right. Rico wins. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. I want to get some texts. I know we haven't gone there yet. We'll get into Brendan Sorsby. I think it's one of the most embarrassing days in college football history, maybe college sports history, quite frankly.
But wait till next week. There'll be something.
No, stop. What are they going to do? Give Red Grange another year of eligibility? Charles Woodson's back.
Think about this. We thought that the Michigan cheating scandal, you can't get any worse. We got worse.
He's right. 97.1. All right, let's check the text communications. We're going to get to Dylan Larkin. He's named his choices. We're going to get to Sorsby. Might mix in a brief word on the Tigers. You know my deal on that. Get me to the 4th of July, get to 500. I'm not doing referendum radio every time they win a ball game. David, go ahead.
Can't believe I'm defending New York and their fans, but here we are. They should be allowed to go crazy throughout the whole city, and they're not allowed to right now.
No, they're not allowed to because, once again, forget about the pricing. Just there's no self-awareness in America anymore. And I don't care. The President of the United States should not be at Game 3. Either side of the aisle. The governor of the state of New York should not be at Game 3. The mayor of New York should not be at Game 3. Anything that causes enhanced security protocols to take away from fans, that's a bad job by the person in power. Read the room, understand they haven't had a finals game in their town in 27 years, and by you being there, you've shut all of them out from partaking in any of it. It just, I'm tired of fans getting nothing. Fans don't get an ounce of oxygen in 2026.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
Don in Phoenix says, the pricing's upsetting to me. As a concert goer since 1994, over 400 shows, COVID has ruined the pricing. We paid whatever just to go back to doing things, and the market never reset itself.
No, it's there's a lot of truth in that. Mm-hmm. And I think you're seeing some of that even now with certain things going on certain parts of the globe, and you've seen the airlines already come out and say, no, we won't lower prices when the gas pricing goes back down because people are showing a willingness to pay it.
Airlines, hotels, you name it. Yeah, nothing is coming down.
All three are bad, but ticket prices are the worst because it's happening to all sports and just keeps getting worse. Those prices are never going down. That is from Ryan.
And maybe it's just me. I've come to grips that the ticket prices aren't going down and tickets aren't for the real fans. The tickets are either for your, the corporations or the businesses or the season ticket holders who are willing to mortgage their future in order to watch the games right now. But I don't see just, hey, let's walk up to the game and buy a ticket. That's gone. Maybe in baseball, if your team is bad, you can do that. But heck, I was seeing it was up to, I think Cookie said up to $900 to see Skubal pitch in West Michigan this weekend.
To face a bunch of 19-year-olds in rookie ball?
Yes.
People are out of their minds. I mocked when people were, like I was watching the broadcast, like, oh, Skubal looked like Skubal. I'm like, yeah, he was facing bums. Yeah. I'd hope he looks like Skubal.
At the level he pitches, he was basically going against little leaguers.
Right. And you realize that it would have been cheaper for you to gas up the car, drive down here to his next start, buy a ticket as he faces major league players. But nah, people spent up to $900. I said, that's what Cookies was telling me.
Okay. David, go ahead, buddy.
I have seen the barricades that have already been put up around MSG. Looks like a scene out of Escape from New York.
Minus Snake Plissken, it is. You're the Duke, number one. Isaac Hayes. Rico, at any point, could we get chandeliers on your car?
Sure. Let's go.
If you haven't seen Escape from New York, it's terrible but great. It's like Roadhouse 20 years before Roadhouse.
I think I would rather have it tricked out more like Mad Max, but okay.
Fair. But no, everything's being taken from the fan, and I wonder at some point, are fans going to wake up? No. And Rico's shaking his head. Okay, we'll go to Rick. 97.1. Rick, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, bro. How you doing, man?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I just think it's crazy that this guy couldn't even go to his son's wedding, but he can crash the biggest game of the summer.
That is interesting when you put it that way. That is.
You know what, Rick? You win.
That's a hell of a juxtaposition right there.
It's just been on my brain the whole time since I've been here. I just think it's mad.
Is that the one of the three that bothers you the most?
It is. I mean, because that's something that's a lifetime, thing that goes with your family. But you're willing to just mess up everyone's night, and people have to get to the game hours early and go through all this crap. It's just insane to me.
Because none of them care. I mean, here, you want an example from the other side of the aisle so we can keep it even, Steven? I'll play ball. They don't care. Right. They were telling all of us to stay in our houses, but it's all right. Nancy Pelosi was getting a perm. I mean, it's just,
exactly.
You know what I'm saying? They don't care about us. That's why the whole team sport thing is hilarious to me. They just want to keep each other in power. They don't give a damn about us.
Yeah, I think it's just about the limelight.
Yeah, but see, but do you understand how offensive that is? How gross that is?
It's sickening.
You're
It's really
impacting
sickening.
tens of thousands of people for what?
And like you said a minute ago, you got the whole UFC thing going on right in front of your yard.
That's right. Your front yard, you got UFC 250. They got some kind of, I don't know, hootenanny going on
Right.
for the 4th of July. What more do you need?
You literally can walk out there in your slippers and your robe and just be like, hey, what's going on out here?
Man.
Good talking to you fellas.
Rick, appreciate you, brother. David, you got one or two more, and then we can move on. I know we got Can We Say That, where Rico has a bevy of things, including some Tiger stuff as well. David, go ahead.
Trump is a lifelong New Yorker born in the city. It's not like he's attending a Boston or Golden State final. He's been to so many Knicks games in the past.
Really?
No problem with it.
Really? How many? No. Don't do that. How many? Easy to say what you said and have no proof. How many? And why tonight? With what's going on? Do I really need to take you through what's going on? That's before we get to some of what he's been put through in public and people making attempts on his life. Like, stop. Lifelong New Yorker. Cool. Obama was a lifelong Chicagoan. I must have missed his Bears season ticket package. Look it's just principle. We don't need to cape up for our guy or get rid of the other guy. It's principle, and fans are paying the price.
Well, how about this? Because going back to the people who pay the top dollar, you know everybody who's at the games. So if he's been at games, he's sat courtside, and he's in photos and pictures and all of this stuff.
And I'm sure you can find a few. But when you go from being a private citizen to the president of the United States, you give up a few things. Trips to Blockbuster Video, walking in a shopping mall, and Tuesday night Knick games are all of those things. You give those up. Did I really just say Blockbuster Video? I need to leave. I just dated myself with how old I am.
Wow.
Sorry. All right, go ahead and have an 8-track blast, and we'll just keep moving.
Hey, Mike, be kind, rewind.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Man, that's a way back.
Damn.
Brendan has no idea what
No,
that even
it's
means.
Way back.
No.
Do you even know what that means?
No, I have no idea what you said or what you're even talking about.
Okay.
We'll fill you in. Brendan, do you want to stick around for the Sorsby thing? I
Yeah.
feel like you could be a
I'll
real
stay.
weapon for this. If there's one person angrier about the NCAA and college football, it might be him. Okay, we'll get to that. David, go ahead.
By the way, I hate everybody named Brendan right now.
Why?
Is it because of this? Isn't he the only 22 years old? I said some pretty dumb stuff at that age myself. Leave Wemby alone.
No, stop. Brendan, it's not about what he said. It's about what he did. You're down 0-2 in the finals. I don't care if you're up 2-0. Why are you in Central Park painting? Go to the hotel. Stay out of sight. NBA players are wholly unserious. It's why we get upset about the load management. It's why we get upset about the money. Take the job seriously, and we don't have any complaints. How can you be down 0-2 and painting a picture?
How can you be down 0-2 painting a picture after you just called yourself and your teammates out of 48 hours ago?
I've had it.
That's what I thought. I'm like, he's very mature for his age.
How did I use Blockbuster as an example? What is wrong? What am I, Estelle Getty?
Good for you.
You know
That's
what?
terrible.
Mike, it could be. You could have said Circuit City.
Radio Shack? Batteries Plus? All right, 248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the United States. And Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Their brand new warehouse is absolutely phenomenal. Everything in stock all the time. And again, full window program. If you're a contractor and you are not doing business with Northville, you're costing yourself money. It's just that simple. Stop on by, take home some samples, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, it's Monday. It is a tradition. It is a potpourri, if you will, of sports items, and we call it Can We Say That? David, music, please.
I thought about something over the weekend, so I want to play a little game called Can We Say That?
And I'm leading off.
Okay.
I have usurped the power because this is a Rico Beard issue. Here we go.
Okay.
Can we say Brandon Ayuk is the new Antonio Brown minus candy penises thrown at baby mama? What the hell was Brandon Ayuk's video this weekend telling the Niners to, quote, stop running from the belt, close quote? Rico Beard.
You know what? Don't read my notes. Don't read my notes. We were getting to that second, but it's first now.
Now it is.
All I kept thinking was, this is Antonio Brown.
Okay.
I don't know what happens to wide receivers, Mike, when all of a sudden it's like something snaps and they go from being the person that you knew to some crazy guy on the street talking about satellites in his head. Like, I don't understand that, but the whole, you're running from the belt. Then he slows the video down, running from the belt. Like,
he sounded like your Russell Wilson drop.
Yes. I'm like, I don't know. Now, in theory, he didn't say their name, so it's like, I don't know if you're going through something, Brandon, or...
But we've established new Antonio Brown?
Yeah, I think so.
Shabath.
Yeah, different sport, but it kind of gave me Jaden Ivey vibes a little bit. Just like, did this on his own, wasn't on some podcast or some interview.
Okay, but you know what? The Jaden Ivey thing, I could accept because he turned his life around. I don't know what's going on with Brandon. He begged for a they were going to trade him. He said, no, I'll sign a deal here. He got hurt and then said, you guys don't appreciate me. So I get what you're saying.
All right.
Right.
Let's go ahead. Is he Antonio Brown?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on.
All right.
Sorry.
How about some fun?
Tigers.
Can we say that Kevin McConaughey is the best Tiger everyday player on this team?
I'm okay with it. I mean, he's second in baseball in multi-hit games. He's one of the only guys in a lineup that can hit above 250. Again, power's lacking, but yeah, I mean, he's just...
You could hit a home run.
Dude, he's got 4 on the year. The point is, could he be a fixture as the leadoff or in the 2-hole for the next 5-6 years? Yeah, I'm okay saying that. Sure.
I'll say Jahmai Jones.
Go to hell, David.
I can say that right now. Which
they're lucky they won that game because it was another one taking guys like Cole Keith out and Kerry Carpenter, and I got to look at Jahmai Jones' mustache.
Yep.
Enough.
McGonigal being the best everyday player tells you a lot about that lineup.
If they only allow one Tiger in the All-Star game, would you be okay if it was him?
Yes. Plus the McGonigal. So. Because of the McGonigal. Shabath.
The McGonigal were cute. Come on.
It was.
I'm
not
cool.
mad at the kid. I was mad at the broadcast. I didn't need to see her 10 times.
I do think he's their best everyday player. If you frame it in the All-Star question, though, it might have to be Riley.
No. Unsustainable BABIP.
What about Dylan?
McGonigal. I'll give the Tigers 2 All-Stars, but it'd be Dingler.
No.
Dingler, yes.
If you only had one, would you
McGonigal.
Okay.
Got to be the goggles. No, I mean, McGonigal's the best pure hitter they got. To me. And I like the story of it. I'm bored with Riley.
Can we say that the San Antonio Spurs looked very young and in over their heads in game 2? They choked it away.
Yeah, you can tell one team doesn't have a lot of playoff experience and the other team does. And look, Wemby, we do forget because he's splendid. He is young. And a guy like Castle, young. This is probably their learning experience, unfortunately. And the Knicks are... Look, I can keep it on the level. I don't have to like them to respect them. They're on a historical run right now where they've 13 straight games?
14, I believe. Yeah, because when I look at the team real quick, guys, because it kind of reminds me, Mike, you will remember this, the young Orlando Magic with Shaq and Penny, and they were so young and talented.
What about Nick Anderson?
In the final, yeah, and then
do you remember
a couple of free throws got missed? And
real quick, Shabath, I want to put Rico to the test on stuff. Georgia Tech, do you remember the nickname? And can you name the 3 members of that G-Tech team that were very famous? Nick Anderson was one. Do you remember the other 2?
Oh, my goodness, yes. It was Kenny Anderson.
Yep.
And got to laugh.
Is it Dennis Scott?
Yes.
Do you remember what they called them?
The Rambling Wreck.
Lethal Weapon 3.
Oh.
It was at the same time as the movie. All right, we're losers. Shabath, go ahead.
Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Listen. All right, I already got people in the chat busting balls about Wendy's salad bar. Okay? Carry on.
Lunch at Ponderosa. Go ahead.
The ground round.
I think it's not only the Spurs roster, Rico, it's the coaching staff. Mitch Johnson, you have to call timeout.
Yes.
That is inexcusable. Tie game, you don't have numbers, you'll advance the ball, you'll have 12 seconds to set up whatever play you want. That is inexperience in a final spot trying to let that game play out. You have to call timeout there. Everybody's young on this
I think
team.
they're going through what the Celtics went through in 22 against the Warriors.
They haven't taken their lumps, and you really got to take your lumps to win an NBA title.
Agree, totally.
Can we say in the NFL that the Cleveland Browns are punting this season? They are just in full, we don't care.
I'll take it a step further. Can we say they don't care about winning until they open their stadium in 29? Everything they're doing is long view. Nothing makes sense in real time. That's where my can we say that is.
Because I'm like, they have 4 quarterbacks.
And you have none.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me that Deshaun Watson is not going all out? They're not you doing everything to make him win?
I don't think so.
David,
No.
when you're telling me that there's a competition between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders,
Correct.
You've told me everything you need to tell me.
Correct. I hope they enjoy the cold down there watching that horrible team.
Right. When Deion wants to have a up close and personal
Thank you,
conversation.
Steelers fan. That's enough from you, Brendan.
Can I cite the Dan Campbell sound of how good of a player Jared Verse is as them not giving up?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, did
No.
you see the clips of Verse at OTA?
No, I didn't.
He looks like he wants to go on the lam.
Well,
honestly, I think Jared Verse wants to be an escape from Dannemora. He wants to go hide in the woods. Like, get me out of here.
They nicknamed that city what it is for a reason.
That's
yeah,
very true.
That's clearly what's going on.
One more. We got about a minute.
Can we say that the Tampa Rays are crashing back to earth?
Yes, they're complete frauds, and I hate the way they play baseball. It's why I don't like them or the Tigers. Optionality. Here's my option: not to watch you. I can't stand it. They don't have any real ball players. They got Caminero and what?
I know it. Look, it kind of takes away from what the Tigers did because it's like they're still losing. Like I don't know if the Tigers broke them.
No,
They were broken before they got there.
Go ahead, Brendan, quickly.
Yeah, that was the concern when the Tigers swept them. Are the Tigers for real, or is this Tampa team maybe not so serious?
Unserious. Idiots. Steven Matz. You got to be kidding me. All right, that's part one. We'll get to part two
one.
later.
Yes.
Tremendous. That's Can We Say That?
brought to you by Blue Chew. I got a countdown. That was magnificent. Red Wings beat writer Helene St. James wrote today that Dylan Larkin's 3 teams he would accept a trade to include the Florida Panthers, Vegas Golden Knights, and the Minnesota Wild. Pistons Detroit News beat writer Cody Davis wrote about Tobias Harris today. Quote, winning a championship is Harris's top priority as he considers his next move. He has a strong desire to return to Detroit and believes he can achieve that feat with the Pistons, end quote. The Tigers had the day off, enjoying their last 2 series win. Another very winnable series coming up tomorrow against the Twins. Minnesota has won just 3 games in their last 12. Bradley and Melton, the probable pitching matchup there. You can hear it right here on 97.1. The NBA Finals continue tonight at Madison Square Garden. The Spurs, hoping to avoid going down 3-zip, get in price on the secondary market is around $4,000. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby was granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA after they ruled he was ineligible to play this season following sports gambling findings. If not allowed to play this season, the judge says that Sorsby would suffer, quote, probable, imminent, and irreparable injury, end quote. He's set to miss the first 2 games anyway, as proposed by his attorneys there. PWHL Detroit has inked the sister of Red Wing forward JT Compher Jesse to a 3-year deal. The 27-year-old forward didn't miss a game in her first 2 seasons in the league with Toronto. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Let's get to business. Shabbat's sitting in with us. We're going to get to Sorsby next hour because I'm pissed. I can't lie to you. But Dylan Larkin, we have found the list now. And I want to know what your initial response is. I need the Hockey Elite, okay? This is Michael Keaton, the fun little gif there is. I'm putting the light out there. Hockey Elite. Dylan Larkin is offering you the following options to trade him to. The Florida Panthers, Las Vegas, or the Minnesota Wild. Now, my initial response to this is we're effed because it's exactly what I talked about. If he wants to go to a contender, the contender's going to play him as their probably number 2 center. Maybe not Minnesota, but Minnesota just gave up a ton to get Quinn Hughes. What does Minnesota have? Would they move on Wallstead, their goalie, and you add Kosa to the package? Here's your problem. I'm not in the business of adding things to Dylan Larkin just to get to level. But my initial thought was, I see what this is. That traveling frat house that was the Team USA Hockey Club. Florida has a gold medalist. Vegas has a gold medalist. Minnesota has a gold medalist. He's friends with Eichel. Quinn Hughes views him as an older brother.
Yeah.
I see what's happening here. Basically, you could tell me if I'm being unfair. I know you love to do it. No. He went to Italy for 3 weeks, and everybody made fun of the Red Wings and said, you need to get out of that hellhole. You need to get out of that franchise. We all escaped our situations. You should try it too.
Yeah.
And Dylan came home. They did one of these again. And now he wants out. He wants to go play with his friends and not wiffle ball. And this is now we're in some trouble. Because if you look at this, okay,
I don't think you're crazy, by the way.
Okay. Because that was my initial cynical view of it is, uh-oh.
Right. Yeah, because I was looking like, okay, Minnesota, okay, Hughes, all right, I see that. And you're right. Eichel, okay, I see what he's doing. He's trying to reunite with some of his buddies that he played and he won with, and he's sick of losing here. And probably for 3 weeks, he felt like he was on a real hockey team.
And here's the other problem. Okay, so I'll take you through this real quick, and then I want to get Shabbat in here on it as well, because, look, the problem is you're not seeing names you recognize in these potential trade offers. First of all, if you deal with Vegas, you have to take contracts back. They don't have the money. So automatically, wait a minute, I got to trade you my captain and my best player, but I don't get to create the cap space? I don't get cheap, young, controlled assets?
Nope.
No and no. Thought you'd enjoy that.
Okay.
So then we talk about Minnesota. Well, they gave up prime assets to get, you guessed it, Quinn Hughes.
Correct.
Now we know Billy Guerin, the GM, loves him. We know the coach loves him. They want him most, and Quinn Hughes, who Parents live here, wanted to be here. Use him as an older brother. The fit's great, but the problem is, what's the best thing they can offer me? Young, cheap, stud goalie who helps spearhead a playoff appearance. Right. What's my problem? I already have 3 goalie prospects. And who's playing first-line center for me? And then the Florida Panthers, where what am I getting? Oh, here's the first thing popping up in the trade pieces. Well, they do have the number 9 overall pick. Great. See you in 2031. Mm-hmm. I need the Hockey Elite on this because my initial view is unless Dylan kind of opens the aperture a little bit and gives Yzerman more options, the Wings are effed. They have no ability to broker a real trade that's going to really help them. Now, maybe the Minnesota deal. Maybe if I could pry Wallstead from them. But again, okay, I got a goalie. What the hell's Kosa Augustine and the Czechoslovakian kid or whatever the hell his name is? Parkov. I don't know. I don't care. He can deliver a pizza here. Nobody knows who he is. Rico, that's my initial takeaway. They're in a lot of trouble. If he only gave him 3 teams and half the league wants him, there has to be a middle ground here.
Unless, Mike, you do a rare thing in the NHL, and there's a 3-way deal where prospects go to another team and you pick
Is
up
that
a
even
player.
legal?
It's rare. I'm just saying it because the way I'm looking at it is you're either going to get back a ton of prospects, just like you said, but if that's the case, you can't let Steve be over this, and you're hitting the reboot of the reboot.
But see, this is where I end up, is that if you trade your best player, I said this from the beginning, I'm fine with Dylan Larkin wanting out because it forces Yzerman to earn his job. But the problem was always going to be these teams view Dylan Larkin a specific way. You're not going to get what it takes to be better. Not immediately. No. So then doesn't it trigger a rebuild of the rebuild? And once again, we don't have the appetite for that. And why would you allow Yzerman to do it? I want to throw the number out. And David, we'll get to you. And I know Brendan is nice enough to screen calls for us today. 248-539-9797. Hockey Elite, talk to me. Because now you got the list of where Dylan Larkin is going to allow himself to be traded. And I personally, I don't see a great fit here unless Minnesota's able to provide something very provocative. Vegas, why would I want to take salaries back? Now I'm taking away my flexibility. And Florida, if the best thing they have to offer is the number 9 overall pick, you may as well just put a rebuild sign out in front of LCA. David, your initial take on this? Am I overreacting? Am I mean?
No, I don't think you're overreacting. I don't think you're mean. I get the reaction of people saying, how can he do this? He's screwing over the team with these 3 teams on his list. But this is Yzerman's doing. Yzerman's doing because he did not provide Larkin and this roster with what was needed to win. And now he's demanding out with a no trade clause. It is what it is. I get it. We should get more. We deserve more. But it's laughable that if he goes to Minnesota, we would get a goalie back. Like, what are we doing? We're just going to play goalies
David,
all day?
hold on. Listen, it's not laughable. Change your terminology so you don't get attacked. It is not optimal. It's not what we need. What was waiting for Kosa or, having Augustine, developing this kid from Europe? What was the point of all that if we were going to outsource goaltending by trading our captain?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, and by the way, if I'm Minnesota, I'm going to want Kosa in the deal. So then you really get cracked in the ass. I mean, I would love to hear from people. Brendan, I'd love you to jump in on it because I don't know if I'm overreacting to it.
Yeah, no, you have the same reaction that I had, Mike, and I can't help but try to look into the future in this battle of who is going to be more stubborn, because we know how steadfast Yzerman is, and we saw a little bit of Larkin and how steadfast he can be during the contract negotiations. So who is going to budge, or more accurately, not budge in this situation? Because if Yzerman can't get a deal with either of those 3 teams, and like you said, Larkin's got to have a little bit of leeway here. Maybe we get him to a contender, but maybe not one of those 3. He still has a chance to win and compete for a Stanley Cup. If he doesn't waive his no trade besides those 3 teams,
they're in trouble.
All right, I'll see you at practice.
Oh, God.
But you can't do that. You're not going to run a captain out there who doesn't want to play.
Can you
on the
imagine
team.
opening night?
Right. They're not going to suit him up. He's going to be in street clothes. He'll be a healthy scratch. So then how long can Larkin go without playing hockey?
I see this is where
it's a lose-lose.
No, and I'm still going to take Dylan Larkin's side in that he gave the organization a decade. And for all of his flaws, let's be clear, he's not a bad hockey player. He's had enough. And he went to the Olympics, and he had all the best players in the world leaning on him. Man, you got to get out of Detroit. Man, I don't know how you play for Yzerman. Man, you should come team up with us. Man, I left a hellhole in Buffalo with a Lego in my neck, and now look at me. I'm winning Stanley Cups, Jack Eichel. Like, I'm not mad at him. He realizes he's got 3 to 4 years left of prime. Not everyone's Jaromir Jagr. It's the idea of he has a right. You gave him this clause in his contract. The only thing I can ask, and I agree with Brendan on this, can you give me a 4th or 5th? You got to give me. I will honor your request. I will get you out of here. But you've named 3 teams that really don't have what we need.
Right, but if you give him a 4th or 5th team, that tells me that I'm not going to any of those 3, and you're going to quit trying. So if you're Larkin right now,
the team that wants him the most, I can tell you this, and I don't think the hockey elite would argue with me. It's Minnesota. The GM, Billy Guerin, and the coach adore Larkin. They're on record talking about it.
Well, the beauty of it is he wouldn't have to sell his place because Minnesota's close to Detroit.
Right. Equidistant to Atlanta. 248-539-9797. Brendan, quick, go ahead.
Who's got more leverage here? Because if you're Steve Yzerman, what's stopping you from going to Larkin and saying, hey, I talked to those 3 teams. We can't get a deal done. You gotta do something here. I need you to come to my side a little bit, or you sign the contract. You've got 5 years.
I'll answer your question, but I need time. So it's not a Karsh Kale tease. No, look at the clock. It's not. You stop it right now. Scenic Muse. You stop right now. I just need time. David knows.
David, look at that. Golden Corral wins another horse race, and look at him.
I hate Golden Tempo. Cost me the late pick 5. I had 3 ways out to hit the pick 5, and that horse beats me.
You can't call the horse Golden Corral. You can't do that.
It's unbelievable. All right, America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games. Best viewing experience, and it's built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Okay, David, I just want to get a couple texts, and then the Hockey Elite want to talk. Larkin has given the list. I think without the list expanding, I think you're in some trouble, and we talked about it. I mean, Minnesota was going to be the leader in the clubhouse based on Billy Guerin plus the coach plus his relationship with Quinn Hughes. But the problem will exist. Minnesota's got every right to believe that Wallstedt would be the guy, that we're trading you an NHL young, controlled goalie who led a playoff charge. And now you got to, then you're in the business of having to give up one of yours. That's not how this deal can work. Florida, the biggest thing you're seeing mentioned in any trade conversation is the number 9 overall pick and RFA rights. This is what we talked about. You're not in a position to take prospects and picks, and you're going to deeply struggle. First of all, you have no ability to get a first-line center. None. So right off the rip, the whole thing's a little bit fugazi.
Yep.
So, David, Tex, what's the initial here as we get the Hockey Elite involved?
Larkin will absolutely increase his list. Yzerman is not going to make a purposefully bad deal just to accommodate him. Someone else says Larkin also signed his contract, so if he wants to be traded, he cannot dictate where he goes. You can't have it both ways.
Yes, you can when the
no
franchise you signed with gave you that power. That's not Dylan could have said I want a full no trade, and the team could have said no. They gave him those rights.
Right.
Someone is asking, says, have they went after Quinn Hughes and got him? Would Jack Hughes be demanding a trade to Detroit? Is that how it would have worked?
Maybe. Look, let me backtrack. I'm not going to speculate. But had you gotten Quinn Hughes, I doubt this happens.
Correct.
But good, you got Simon Edvinsson. So there you go. Put his jersey in a banner. Put it up in the roof. Right next to Del Vecchio. Edvinsson, guy who cost us Quinn Hughes.
From Chuck, he says, I don't think Yzerman will trade Larkin for nothing, and Larkin ain't going nowhere. He don't want to. I think he stays.
What? You think the captain of the original 6 Detroit Red Wings demands a trade, and you get to walk that back? That's impossible. No. These people are on crack.
Roy and Clarkson says, if those 3 teams are the choices, and if I was Steve, I'd say no and no.
Okay, well then, to Brendan's point, congratulations as you start season 101, and people are hurling garbage at your captain on opening night. That's not how this works, dude. He has a summer he has to execute, and Larkin has a cap hold of about $9 million. What the hell are we talking about, guys? Oh, and by the way, good luck signing any free agent.
And what about DeBrincat? He has decisions to make.
Right. I already said if I were DeBrincat, I'd take one look at this and go,
I think he's waiting to see what happens with Larkin. I think everybody is, because if you're seeing a bunch of prospects coming back, okay, you know what, Stevie, add me to the list. Move me.
I want to be in the queue. All right, we'll go to Mick, 97.1. Mick, how you doing, buddy?
God, this is amazing. This is my new favorite TV show, the Dylan Larkin, Steve Yzerman show, and we haven't even seen an episode yet.
No, we've just gotten the preview coming soon.
I swear, it's all teasers. And anyway, the one thing I can say before I get into the point is Elliot Friedman even said this morning that the list of teams that Helene St. James is reporting is not the list that he heard. This is the only, kind of shred of hope that I have right now.
Sure.
Because originally he was reporting Dallas in there too, I think. In any case, like I said, with this, the Minnesota trade destination only happens with that dreaded 3-team deal, which the likelihood of that happening is low. Vegas, the only piece that we might want is Dorofeyev. I don't think they have any picks left because of how successul they've been.
No, and they have no money.
Money.
Now you're in the business of taking back players you didn't sign.
I've heard Lundell being thrown around along with that number 9 overall, which from Florida, which would be compelling. But the reality here is this. I think from everything people are reporting, Frosty is saying it's nice, the relationship between Yzerman's camp and Larkin's camp. I think they're out and out combative. I think this is going to go on through the season.
Oh, God.
No, I'm telling you, and here's what you just rolled this point in, Mike. I think what we're going to see here is the Wings are going to be a top 5, bottom end of the standings team this year. I think you really have to ask the question of, if you can't re-sign DeBrincat now, which if I'm him, I don't want to re-sign.
I want no part of it.
Right.
You trade him now. You move on from Justin Falk. You get whatever pieces you can for him, because again, he's on a 1-year deal and he was supposed to be here for a team that was, in contention, kind of. That's not going to happen. So you really have to sit there and go to both of your young stars. You got to go to Raymond. You got to go to Seider and say, guys, here's the setup. We're going to build around you. We're going to, it didn't work out the way before. In a few years, you guys are going to have all these new tools to play with. We're going to make a run there, make a run then. Like, again, the problem here is that we've talked about this before. Our young prospects aren't good enough, or they're too slow in developing. The Larkin situation here is going to necessitate a trade partner who's going to have to give up some assets here, or else Larkin's going to be on the bench. And no matter how this plays out, the Wings are going to be a bad team for the near future.
But see, doesn't that play into something we've talked about? I mean, isn't this just screaming managerial change? Like, hasn't the train just gone off the tracks when your original 6 locally born and bred, only wanted to be here captain has said enough?
Right. I can tell you this. I 100% agree with you. I've long said, and I think we've all agreed here, that Yzerman's had this hush-hush, the GM job is yours until you die kind of contract. However, if there was one thing to kind of get little Chrissy's attention, it's the embarrassment of, for the first time in franchise history, your captain demanding a trade, asking to be out of here. I can't see this going down a path where Yzerman is not going to have an honest conversation with Chris Ilitch now. Now, I don't even think Yzerman should be allowed to do any of these trades. That's me. And I would tell you, I'm probably not alone in this camp. This is an embarrassment. But I would tell you, Yzerman's probably going to get this one trade to get right, this one situation to get right. And boy, all of the fans, all of us in the bleachers or at home are going to look around seeing like, what are we doing? We're wasting all of this time, all of this money on what?
And that's
Here's
the point.
Last stat. Here's one. Can I give you one stat?
Quickly, yes.
One stat today that I read that absolutely killed me, that would go and give credence to everything we know about how frustrated Larkin is. Since Larkin has been with the team, Henrik Zetterberg is the next highest scoring center after him, and Henrik Zetterberg hasn't played since 2018. Think about how nuts that is.
Well, and again, I mean, Mick, it's horrifying, and I do appreciate that. But it does speak to Yzerman's complete failures, both in the draft and in free agency and trades. You can't have statistics like that. That's like when Rico was making fun of Philadelphia, like, yeah, the Knicks didn't need to play the fourth quarter. They still would have won the game. Like, that's those kind of stats. Can't happen. And this is the point. This Larkin thing only points to, okay, so Yzerman trades him. If Mick is right, team gets worse. Now we're into year 9. I mean, just at what point do you stop the insanity and just get different eyeballs on it? I'm asking.
I know. I think if that's the case, you almost have to do it immediately. But then the flip side of that coin, then why do you allow Stevie to make a trade?
That's the point. It doesn't add up to me. Go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I know this sounds so out of the box, but really what it's time to do is both sides to wash their hands and let Larkin walk. Tear the contract up. There is no resolution to this. Nobody wants each other anymore now anyway. Plus, DeBrincat's going to leave. Kane's 38 or will be 38. Gibson and Falk, their contracts are up after next year. If they want to keep Yzerman, they'll have $9 million more in cap space. These other guys are leaving anyway. And, you're going to have to work on your lottery luck. I know that sounds
a
bit unprecedented. That's my point.
Okay, but again, if anyone, yourself included, who's calling in talking about improving your lottery luck, and we just gotta, we're gonna get bad again, then why would Yzerman be here?
Exactly.
Why would you even allow this?
Because I don't think it. At the end of the day, it's going to matter. I don't think the results of the team. Yzerman's going to be here as long as he wants to be.
Okay, well then at that point, fans have decisions to make.
Right. Let Larkin walk.
You can't let. That's not how. Tom,
$9 million in cap space.
Tom, no, that's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. He signed through 2030-31. He is one of your top 3 assets. There is no quote letting him walk. Steve Yzerman has shown no ability or willingness to use cap space effectively, signing people who like to play hockey at a high level for money. You have to trade him. This is not pretend land. 248-539-9797. Phone lines are jammed. Let's talk about it. Dylan Larkin says Florida, Vegas, Minnesota. He doesn't expand that list. I don't know how you're going to produce a trade from those 3 teams that makes you better. I don't. It would have to be a series of moves, and then we get into the business of, do we trust Yzerman to do it? And for the people who are going, F him, then just don't trade him. How does that work on opening night?
Just let him walk.
No, that's in 5 years. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren all June long. Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign, supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. Look, for every pet that is loved and cared for, there are so many more that aren't that lucky. So stop into Hamilton Chevrolet and drop off some pet-friendly supplies right in that bed of that Silverado in their showroom. You can find their wish list under the About Us tab at HamiltonChevy.com. Your donation will make a difference. Then you can talk to Andrew and his sales staff about getting into your new Chevy, including the June Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, $269 a month for 36 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Make sure you bring some pet-friendly supplies with you as well. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Sure feels like one. Larkin v. Yzerman. This is exciting. We're going to get to the people, but look, Larkin's list, Florida, Vegas, and Minnesota. Believe what you want. That's the report. I think clearly he'd have to kind of open the aperture, a few more teams. But I just want to know how we end up better, because if he's only willing to go to a contender, if he's going to truly leverage his no-trade clause, how do we get what we need? You will be trading your first-line center, and you will largely be centerless. Andrew Kopp on a good team is a third-line center. You will, in essence, have nothing down the middle. So the idea of, well, I'll trade Larkin and get a second-line center, the best you could hope for is a guy that's a fringy second liner. He's young and cheap and could develop into a one.
Right.
But once again, you end up in rebuild land. I want the hockey elite. Explain it to me like I'm a second grader. Okay? Because all this points towards rebuild. When your captain, who for 7 straight years has scored 30 goals, and is not the perfect player, but he is a penalty killer. He is a two-way guy. Mm-hmm. Look, he asks out. No world, if another team's captain asked out, would we be talking about that team getting better next year? No. So why do we do it here?
And I can see if Steve had this history of making these shrewd trades where he just went out and fleeced other teams. That ain't him either. So I'm with you. If he's going to pull this off, you almost have to you got to get rid of him first, or figure out, all right, this rebuild's going to get extended another 2-3 years if he makes these moves.
Let's get to the people. We'll go to Mike in Detroit, 97.1. Mikey, what's good, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. What's going on?
What's up, man? What do you make of all this?
Oh, I just want to present something to you that I was thinking about. I think if we sent Larkin in a second-round pick for Matt Boldy, I think both sides could be happy.
Well, hold on. Boldy just had like a hold on.
Rebuild.
Mike, hold on. Why would Minnesota give you Boldy, who's cheaper than Larkin, just put up? Didn't he have 45 goals this year? And he signed for the next. Okay,
but that's also on a prosperous team. That's on a top 5 team in the NHL, a cup contender. We're not that. He has more pieces around him to do those things.
Right. So why are they getting rid of him? What did he do wrong exactly?
Do you want Larkin?
Not at the cost of giving you a 40-goal scorer. If I'm Minnesota, I say no to that.
Like I said, kick in a second-round pick, and honestly, their money is pretty much the same. Boldy makes slightly less.
Yeah, he makes, I think, 7. I mean, Mike, listen, if you could pull it off, great. I'd much rather do a 1-for-1 than the combo meal of a bunch of lesser things. But I just wouldn't
who in Detroit wants to take a step back for the next 2 or 3 years again?
But Mike, that's
nobody. But it looks like that's
point.
Inevitable.
There it is, Mike. It's not about what we want. I'm asking the hockey elite like yourself, sell me this pen. Sell me something other than this triggering a rebuild. Because the only way you can get better by dealing Larkin is going to be over the course of 2 trades and a signing, or 2 signings plus the trade. There's no one-for-one fix for this. And I appreciate bringing up the Boldy thing, but again, if I'm a team and I want Larkin, why am I giving you a 40-goal scorer under team control who's cheaper? Albeit one's a wing and one's a center.
I mean, the fact is, if I'm on his list, why am I helping you out at all?
Correct. I've got all the leverage.
You'll take the garbage that I give you.
Well, not quite.
No. But prospects, and we'll take him off your hands, but you're going to take what we give you.
Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, buddy?
Good, man. My friends, I hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, I've been a Red Wings fan my whole freaking life. I'm 61 years old. I knew Mike Ilitch, and he'd be shaking his head right now. But anyway, I know I'm thinking outside the box again, but that'd be cool. I know Austin Matthews ain't happy in Toronto. I know that's not in the freaking game plan right now.
No.
Team. But he'd be a good fit here to help for. If you can't get rid of Larkin, get somebody like Cade. Cade freaking, he needs help. And with the Pistons, he needs like you said, he needs a Robin to get him over the top. So does the Red Wings. Well, they need a lot more. But if you could get freaking Matthews.
Yeah, but again. he has a no trade. Why would he want to leave this loser franchise for that loser franchise? And in fact, the reporting says he doesn't. I can't do that, Dave.
I know. I just wish, because other than that, you're going to go through a rebuild, like you guys were saying. Because other than that, yeah, I mean, the future don't look that good.
No, so okay. So now, and Dave, that's what I'm establishing with people is processing the 3 destinations. But then also, everyone's coming to the same conclusion. I am inviting the hockey elite to come in and say, guys, it doesn't trigger a rebuild. Here's why. But my whole point is when your captain demands out and he plays the most valuable position in hockey, you have to look at no matter what you get back, you're not getting back a first-line center. You already are struggling in the top 6. So I really, again, I can't change the teams that are on the list. I think it's an opening salvo. Do I imagine you could leverage him into putting 2 or 3 more teams out there? Sure. It's not going to change my opinion because the only thing I've said since this announcement, it's going to require 2, 3, 4 moves. It would have to be a summer of fireworks to get better in the aggregate after trading him. Because I'm with you, Rico. There's no world they get some package. Look at the Florida stuff. What does the number 9 pick do for me?
Nothing.
Only if I can trade it.
Right. Now, if you could take that number 9 pick and kind of go with what the other guy was saying and call up Toronto and say, hey, would that be good enough? Can we make some type of
but the man Matthews ain't coming here.
No, Mike.
Guy will retire. He'll be like Ricky Williams. He'll go smoke dope in the mountains before coming here.
I'm trying here.
Sorry. Okay, I know. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. We'll go to Donovan. 97.1. Donovan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good to talk to you guys. How y'all doing?
Hey, excellent, my man. What's up?
Awesome. Well, I was going to say, if you guys remember that Charmin commercial that Dylan Larkin did during the Olympics, it seems like that was really fitting. I mean, he's ultra soft. I mean, I cannot believe it. I mean, I'm blindsided by this. Like, you're supposed to be a Red Wing for life. I mean, you're not captain of the Danbury Thrashers. You're captain of the Detroit Red Wings, hockey town established in 1926. I mean, I just can't believe it. And then, insulting us, giving us these 3 teams, 2 of which have shared the Stanley Cup the last 6 years.
Yep.
And then the other team that has left with nothing to give us. I mean, he must really hate Steve Yzerman, but I mean, I just can't believe it. I think, you're saying DeBrincat's going to leave, but I actually think DeBrincat will never do that. He forced his way over here. He dreamed of wearing that sweater. I mean, it's a privilege. We're over here wearing Dylan Larkin's jersey on our back, spending thousands of dollars, defending him, cheering him on, while he's cashing $100,000, game checks. And now he wants to leave, give up on the team. And this was the best season we've had. We finished with more wins than the Las Vegas Golden Knights, who are on edge of winning a Stanley Cup again. So I'm just disgusted by it. I'm blindsided. I mean, at the end of the season, even his interview seems like he was okay with what Steve was doing. I mean, he was bought in, it seemed like. But I know, Steve takes a lot of blame too.
But Donovan, here's the thing, though. After a while, this was their best year, and you're still not making the playoffs. After you want to win. The money is the money, right. But you're looking at all your buddies, and hey, playoffs they're fun. Have you been in the playoffs? No, not in a long time. Not since my rookie year.
Well, I mean, he should have been a better leader, maybe. And I love Dylan Larkin. I just can't believe this. And I mean, he let the team collapse. I mean, we were a top 10 team for 90% of the season. It collapsed. I mean, and for me, I could be wrong, but it's like let's say you have a 20-year career, which I think Dylan Larkin can have. If you have a 10% chance of bringing a cup home to your hometown, your friends and family, that's worth more than pulling a Kevin Durant and getting a free cup at one of these MAGA teams, Vegas, Florida, whatever, Minnesota. I mean, I just can't believe it. And again, I don't think DeBrincat would ever do it. He's raising his family here. I mean, even Kane wouldn't do it. Kane likes playing.
Yeah, but we can't speak to that because this changes. Look, there was a time you would have said Dylan Larkin never would have done it. Things change. Losing changes people. Having your GM not getting along with him, that changes people. The other thing, look, it's a tough look, but it's a negotiation. You're going to open up with your 3 premium destinations, and if I'm Yzerman, I say you damn well know these 3 teams have no war chest. So what do you want to do? Look, it has to get done this summer or this thing gets very, very awkward. It's got to get done in weeks, not months. You got to have this thing done by the draft if you're going to get it done.
Yeah, I was about to say, you definitely don't want to go into camp with this.
But the problem is, Yzerman is just the huckleberry to not do it, to be stubborn.
Try me.
To play war games. I almost think there's some kind of fever dream where Larkin's on the team and is a healthy scratch opening night. Look at who you're dealing with. That's not funny. Why are you laughing?
Because I can see it happening.
But it doesn't make it funny.
It actually does.
Okay.
That's good root for radio.
No, the root for radio would be for them to win. This is terrible.
But if it's no and no, that's fine.
FanDuel, new customers, $350 in bonus bets guaranteed if you bet $5 for 7 straight days. It's FanDuel, best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. You play it your way. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. You get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed when you bet $5 for 7 straight days on FanDuel. Must be 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem, you call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Kind of a question of whether the tide is turning. A lot of people were very pro Larkin at the start, at the onset of the request, and it feels like that is shifting. I do think it's kind of a weak sauce move to put 3 teams out there as your no trade. But again, it is a negotiation, so I would expect that list would expand a bit. But I'm asking the question to the hockey elite. Explain it to me like I'm a second grader. How does any of this not trigger a rebuild? Look, forget about the initial list. We've talked about it. They have no war chests. We know what you're doing. All 3 of them had a member of Team USA gold medal on them. We know what the Olympics was. You got a taste of winning. You hung out with your boys. You had 17 beers a day. You do your thing, and your boys are leaning on you. This is like a guy who's in a bad relationship. Man, you got to dump Jennifer. We've had enough. She's a psychopath. You can't marry that woman. Right. She's a loser. She's bad for you. Look,
not only that, or all your boys have already gotten divorced and moved on.
Exactly. Eichel's like, man, my new lady, the Vegas Golden Knights, is amazing. Like, that's who was leaning on him at the Olympics. Yeah. So this is where I understand it. I don't like this list. I don't think he's doing right by his team or Yzerman to facilitate it, but I go back to it. He has the clause in his contract. It is his right.
It is.
But all it does is further sever the relationship. For everyone saying Steve ought to dissolve and evolve and chew it and do it and play hardball, do you know what that entails? So you want to go through the summer with a captain who has no plans on showing up to camp. That's a rebuild. Yeah. Because who's signing here? What? You will be vaporizing, what is that, 10% of your salary cap, 9% of your cap?
It looks like it was a game of chicken that went too far, and it was just like, you know what? Steve, if we don't do this, I'll put it out there publicly. I don't think you will. Okay, watch this.
Let's get to the people. But that's the question I'm asking you guys. Because if these are the 3 teams, I don't think there's a great deal to be had. You'd have to do some whiz-bang-pow NBA-style 3-team hullabaloo. And those are rare.
Or, you talk to somebody else who you want. Okay, what do you want us to go and get so that we can make this second deal with you? But it can't just be this.
Let's go to Will, 97.1. Will, what's good, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
So I think something that no one is talking about is 3 years ago, Yzerman trading his best friend away in Tyler Bertuzzi. And that's where the relationship became frosty. And I'm not saying keep Bertuzzi and, we're automatically a playoff team. I mean, last year he had a good season, right? I'm just talking about what that did between Larkin and Yzerman getting rid of Bertuzzi.
I mean, you would probably be better served, Will, just put all of it out there. All right, Bertuzzi gone. Publicly shredding your captain because your captain kind of threw a shot at you. Like, it's just clear as day. And then you factor in the losing. You factor in that Yzerman has done next to nothing to truly put talent on this team. And the guy sees his future passing by, and he goes to the Olympics, and go look at who he was talking to. The Kachucks, the Eichels, and the Hughes of the world. And they're all saying the same thing. You got to get the hell out of there. It's no different than the NBA when players go on vacation in the offseason. Man, you got to get the hell up out of there. You got to demand a trade. I mean, I'm not telling you to like it. I'm just telling you that's the way things are now.
Yeah, or unless you run into a coach in Cabo.
Do you think Yzerman and Larkin had a closed-door conversation of, Larkin, you either got to figure this out or you're no longer the captain?
Can't speak to it. Nobody has the answer. Nobody's got a rumor. Nothing. You could speculate. The other here, if you're going to speculate that, then I ask you to speculate this. He goes in and he says, Steve, you got to tell me you're going all in this summer. I've had enough of the losing. I can't promise you that. Cool, I'm leaving. Again, if you want to speculate, play it out both ways. Will, look, I want to ask the question, though. Can you sell me this pen that this doesn't lead to a rebuild?
No. I mean, just like you guys have been saying, Larkin is the number 1 center. He is the captain. And I believe you guys just said it earlier, too. You're the captain of the Red Wings. You have Hank Zetterberg, Nicholas Lidstrom, Steve Yzerman, Your name is supposed to be in the Hall of Fame. Your name is supposed to be in the Detroit Red Wings legends for the rest of your life while you're wearing that C on your chest. And now here we are.
Yeah, and when you trade your captain, which, by the way, an original six captain demanding a trade, that happens to bum-ass franchises like the Islanders, okay? Yep. Or the Columbus Blue Jackets. That does not happen to an original six team. I want to know how how they're going to get better. I can't paint that scenario. I don't even think Doug could. And Karsh is as optimistic as anybody. Get him a pile of kale and a plate of optimism. He couldn't sell you they're getting better from this.
No.
I only was excited about this because I just want pain. I just want Yzerman to have to earn his paycheck.
So now you're back for Root for Radio. All right.
Well, because, again, if this is the list, I got no way out.
See, I liked it because it was forcing some change. It was forcing, hey, guys, we got to either do something or get off the pot. Because for years, we've done nothing. So.
Brendan, you look like you're poised to speak.
No, I don't think there really is a positive way to spin this. I'm almost to the point where I'm not even sure rebuild is accurate because what are we rebuilding from?
It's the rebuild of the rebuild.
From the 7 years of not making the playoffs, what are we building? This is just a redo. We're just starting over.
Call it a redo.
Complete from scratch.
A redo of the rebuild. It sounds like a bad HGTV show.
Rework?
Rework, the redo, the re-no. I don't know.
The remix.
Look, the whole point is if Yzerman, okay, and I know what Rico's going to say. This is the year he gets it right. We've gone to full Scott Frost mode. But if we agree after
that was last year.
Okay. So then it would really have to be the year he gets it right. How do we begin stepping forward if the start of our offseason is trading our captain?
You don't.
I'm asking the hockey elite to help me.
Yeah.
Help me. I don't.
Because it doesn't make sense.
All right. David is either, what are you doing? Like lasso, or are you telling us it's time? Okay. 97-1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. Helene St. James is hearing from a source that Red Wings captain Dylan Larkin is named the Minnesota Wild, Vegas Golden Knights, and the Florida Panthers as the teams he's willing to be traded to. According to TSN's Darren Drager, quote, the Edmonton Oilers consulting with the NHLPA to see if there are objections that must be resolved before potentially hiring Mike Babcock amid allegations of invading players' privacy. Babcock resigned in Columbus as head coach in 2023.
Why don't you just tell Connor McDavid you don't want him if that's your head coach?
Well, he's your bridge guy. Pistons beat writer Cody Davis says that free agent Tobias Harris's top priority is to win a championship. And for a source, he thinks that Detroit can get there. Thus, he has a strong desire to return. Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight at Madison Square Garden. The Knicks hope to regain a commanding 3-0 lead. Wow, yes. De'Aaron Fox spoke about President Donald Trump being in the building tonight. Tip at 8:30 tonight. Despite being ruled ineligible following years of gambling on pro and college games, Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction from the NCAA. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We will get right back to business momentarily. But right now, part 2 of Can We Say That?
I thought about something over the weekend, so I want to play a little game called Can We Say That?
And in the mold of what we've talked a lot about today, Can we say Dylan Larkin is being a bad faith participant in this? Only listing 3 teams, none of which have any war chest.
You know what? I'm going to say no.
Okay.
You've earned the right to have a no trade clause. I can't get mad because you enforce it. It's like getting angry at people who have vacation time. You've earned that time. Go use that time. He's earned a no trade clause. It doesn't say no trade, but be easy on us. It's I can pick where I want to go.
Brendan?
It's a little bit, it feels a little bad faith, but I think we're a little sour. He's negotiating.
Yes.
This is what you got to do. If I want my salary to be, a $5 million, I'm going to come in and ask for 10, and maybe they'll come back. That's what Larkin's doing.
I'm on board with everything that Larkin is doing. In the end, I think it will work out for the Wings, but right now, yes, he's being bad faith, but I'm good with it. Do it.
Yeah, it's a business.
We just want pain.
No, but it's a business. He's not here to help the Wings out. He's done everything he could. And now he's exercising a clause that's his right. And if you're well, it's not. Dude.
No, I'm just saying, You damn well know you don't have a realistic shot of going to those 3 places. You could have given us, half a dozen. Go ahead.
Can we say that Tarek Skubal will be back pitching for the Tigers before the All-Star break?
Sunday, Cleveland. That's my guess.
I didn't want to go that soon.
Yeah, but I mean, all of this feels a little fugazi. So sure, Sunday. I'll say yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't even paid attention to when the All-Star break starts. I think he's here this weekend. I think everything probably went fine.
I think it's like the second week of July.
Oh yeah, definitely. I like your take, Mike, on Cleveland and probably JV in Houston after that.
Sounds right.
Yeah,
and that feels pretty on point.
He's a medical marvel. He's going to be back and better than ever.
Or I don't know. It makes me question everything because honestly, no one's ever had this recovery with that injury. So maybe what exactly was it?
Are you questioning the nano needle 2.0?
I'm questioning everything about this because it is. This
That's
is
what it
like
seems like it was.
It's just insane.
Yeah.
David quits. Okay, good talk.
Can we say
that the NCAA should shutter its office and sublet the building, that they're totally dead because any Tom, Dick, or Harry can overrule them? They can basically find a drunk cowboy in a Texas court. What damages is Brendan Sorsby undergoing?
Here's the thing. Can we say that for once it ain't the NCAA's fault?
Correct.
Yeah. Like everybody's bashing the NCAA. They said, hey, you can do a lot of things. You can't gamble. You can't play.
and then you find a
Just
judge
kidding. You can.
in Texas who will, wait, when's my reelection? Yes.
Well, this guy's retired, so that
Oh.
doesn't play. But guess what? Maybe he got a golf course membership. Brendan, go ahead.
Yeah, along those lines, Rico, can we say this is what you get? Because all everybody did for years and years and years was beg to get money, beg to get paid, beg for gambling to be legal, and the NCAA said, fine, here you go. And we got the Wild West, and now everything's ruined.
Well, the reason being...
Yeah, Rico.
Because the NCAA wanted everybody to come back begging to them, and they didn't realize that TV was going to bail out and start paying all of this money. The NCAA thought, oh, you want this? Fine, go ahead. Oh, wait, somebody actually came up with money? Now we're screwed.
Can we also say this is one of the worst days of the year to share a name with this guy?
Yes, it is, because I hate you right now because that, and I get your sentiment about everything, but I'm going to give the NCAA credit when I can, because you never can usually, and they were right on this. They were right, suspending him, and he should remain suspended, but we have courts in Texas.
Can we say that maybe the Pistons should use the Knicks model to build a team? The Knicks went out and outsourced their entire starting lineup.
Okay, well, they have two options. Because I think the final, can we please just stop with the Wemby part? I know he's a unicorn, okay? But that's drafting. Wemby aside, your two pathways are nail the draft, Spurs, okay? Or burn everything to the ground and go all in and do the build-a-block team, Knicks. That's it. Trajan's got... Now, the problem for the Pistons, the nailing the draft thing has left the barn. So the only other thing to do is go the Knicks model. So I'll say, right now, you know who you want, you know who you don't. Go do your thing.
I mean, because the Knicks, the Mikal Bridges was getting panned, and now they win a title. They don't care if they gave up all those first-round picks for him.
Yeah, and Mike, to your point, the Pistons, nailing the draft would be generous, but we're beyond the draft now at this point. But you look at Golden State, you look at Oklahoma City, you look at the leaders in Boston when they won their championship, in San Antonio. They might not win this year, but all of these teams have nailed the draft. The only option the Pistons have left is to build around the roster that they have. Yes. I don't know that they're going to have to blow it up to the level that the Knicks did.
No.
But they've got to make some moves.
But here, Brendan, what I would say is you're no longer, this is where I want to throw Jeremy Otto through a wall. Oh, Tobias Harris wants to be back. No. Please, God. Why do we always have to bring everyone back?
See, but that's...
move one this offseason.
You know what? Let's keep the streak going. Flow chart, back to the question. Should they be like the Knicks?
Yes. They should be like the Knicks because but you also got to make bold moves. Julius Randle was loved by New Yorkers and loved by the roster. Everybody on there. But you got to make a bold move. And you said, you know what? Cat's available. Got to do it. They cannot keep bringing everyone back. Everyone loves Duran in this town.
Never forget the sad DiVincenzo commercial where Jalen Brunson handed him a hat. How awkward was that?
Oh, my
and
God.
I traded him.
And Mike, I think to your point, we're not actually talking about Tobias Harris. Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo do not equal Tobias Harris on this Pistons team. They equal Ron Holland, Isaiah Stewart, maybe even Asar Thompson, although I might disagree with that. Those are the hard questions you're going to have to ask yourself.
I forgot about the DiVincenzo Villanova.
Hey, Dante. And he throws him like a Stephen Barry's hat.
Go Cats.
What are we doing here?
Go Cats.
Right.
All right. Can we say...
Remember they played the sad music in the commercial, too.
Yeah, it's like looking at him. They're looking at each other like, oh.
Yeah, did Dante's whole family die? No, he got traded. He's making millions.
Yeah, but they're part of the...
Here's a Villanova hat. I miss you.
New York Wildcats.
Next.
Can we say the Stanley Cup will go 7 games?
I hope it does because it's been really...
3 overtime games
It's
so
been really
far.
compelling. I'll say yes just because I'm hope casting.
Absolutely. I was floored when I looked at the score on, what was it, Friday night, Saturday night, and it was 4-4. I was checking on my drive. It's 4-0. All right, game over.
Yeah.
I said, wait, what? What happened? There's no each of these games, the team who won it had no business winning it for a long time. This has to go 7. Absolutely. We need this.
4-0, then 4-3, 39 seconds later. Like, wait, what?
Yeah, no one can keep the lead, which means, it's going 7. It has to.
Can we say that if the New York Knicks win the NBA Finals, that Karl Anthony Towns will be your MVP?
Yes, today, yes. He's been the best player on the floor for them.
I still think they'll end up with Brunson, but it's on merit versus reality, right? Like I remember when the Celtics won it in 24.
Tatum versus Brown.
Right, I was dreading they were going to give it to Tatum. I was thankful they gave it to Brown because he was the better player. So I'm always worried about the popularity contest. But yes, you can say that.
Yeah, right now, it's Cat is he's getting rid of a lot of stereotypes about himself.
Why? Because he's actually doing it?
Yeah.
Weird how that works.
He's not an enthusiast.
I also think Brunson might have run out of time. What if they win tonight? Brunson might not have enough games
then that's
to get
something
back
different.
in it, and
You're
then
right.
it's going to be Cat. He's been the
You're
best
right.
player on the floor.
Can we say that Jacoby Brissett has finally saw the light and he's showing up to the Arizona Cardinals mini camp?
No. He should go to Cabo. He's made enough money. I don't want to play for the Cardinals. I'd rather quit. Honestly. I don't want to play here. If he signs, he's signing a hospital bill. He got no help. But yeah, he saw the light. He showed up for work. How long until he dies?
Be the starting QB.
Yeah, in the UFL. Go ahead, Brendan.
Arizona, UFL, same thing.
I just would like to see Jacoby Brissett's face when he found out that they got rid of Kyler Murray and that he thought he was going to be the backup, because everybody wants to be the backup quarterback in the NFL.
You do nothing.
It's the best job in the world.
You wear a headset.
It's the best
you
job.
hold a water bottle.
The only job better is Monty Williams. You get fired 1 year into a contract and they got to pay you the rest of your life. I mean, he's got to sign this contract and do the bare minimum to get that money.
Can we say that Sam Presti may have been over-exaggerating when he said that Shea Alexander plays against 6 people every night, and one includes the media because they judge his player harshly?
Yes, but he's also taking up for his franchise and a guy that's set to make $70 million. Look, it's a stupid comment. Sam Presti needs to be more concerned why Chet Holmgren's three-point shooting has gone down and down and down, specifically in the playoffs, and even more specifically game by game in the finals. He needs to make a decision on Jalen Williams, whose hamstrings are made of papier-mâché. What are they doing with Hartenstein? But I understand you got to take up for your player. So it's a little bit of both. But yes, you can say he went too far.
No, I love this quote. This is straight out of the Steve Yzerman, Dylan Larkin School of Public Relations. This is perfect, and I think he's right, too, because when SGA wins his second MVP and they stream it on an HDMI cord on a laptop in the film room, he looks like he's reading a boring book and about to fall asleep. He doesn't care, and he's so caught up in being the pretty boy with the aura, and everything is too cool. He's too cool for school. Everything's nonchalant. There are too many people in this country who want to be too cool for whatever they're doing right now.
Well, at least he wasn't in Central Park painting pictures and eating baguettes like Wemby.
He's at least inspired. I mean, come on. He at least cares. He cares about something.
I mean, maybe he was floating down the river in San Antonio.
Okay.
The Riverwalk.
Look, the reason they lost that series is very, very simple. Jalen Williams is an all-NBA player and one of their biggest shot creators. He died.
Yeah,
You're not overcoming the loss of all-NBA guys in the finals. And I'll give full credit. You know, McCain played well, and Numbnuts, Kayson Wallace, and look, Jalen Williams, all-NBA guy.
Right.
You take him out of that equation, that's it.
The Spurs were able to do to SGA what everyone else does to Cade here. You just bracketed him because you did not have Jalen Williams to create on the other side.
Right, and Chet turned into an empty husk, as Costa likes to say.
Not his best game. Not his best game.
What a pro wants. Run that commercial back.
Right. Can we say that? 97-1. Hey, what if you had the most reliable fiber power Wi-Fi at a price that did not change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, You don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're going to be guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that'll find and fix problems even before you notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. So lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
All right, we are in it with this Dylan Larkin stuff. We will get to what is really, I think collectively, as Brendan Shabath has joined the show today, helping us out. We're going to get to the NCAA thing because this Sorsby thing, that represents a new low. And honestly, you guys know where I'm at. Now I'm at the credit card booth and I'm offering you a free beach towel if you sign your resignation to college football. Because I don't know how anybody's going to care. We're going to do that in the 5 o'clock. The Larkin thing, it's simple. He's given his list. It's kind of bad faith. Vegas, Florida, Minnesota. Those are 3 teams with no war chest. Hell, in the case of Vegas, you'd have to match the damn money. They don't have any money. So it's this idea of where do you stand, Larkin versus Yzerman? But also, I've asked the Hockey Elite, look, if he's going to limit you like this, you're not going to get a great deal. Your two options are you're rebuilding, or your captain is sitting training camp out and is a healthy scratch and you're a lot worse. There's no good outcome here. The outcomes we talked about the day he demanded a trade still required a multitude of moves. It was going to be the Larkin thing, and then it was going to be weaponizing prospect pool / goalie pool. Forecast for me. How do we get out of this where the Wings end up better? Because I don't see it unless he opens up the aperture and Yzerman goes nuts this summer.
It's possible that the Wings can get better, Mike, but it's the time frame. I don't think they get better this season.
Then what are we doing?
They could get better because you could get that person, and the next thing you know, you've got your equivalent of a Ben Wallace. You've got your equivalent of a Jared Goff.
But that's dumb luck.
No, right. But it could happen. I don't think you're going to see an instant turnaround. Just like neither one of those teams saw a turnaround when those trades happened.
Year 9, here we come. We'll go to James, 97.1. James, how you doing, buddy? James? See ya. Well,
asleep.
That's okay. We move on. We'll go to Rodney, 97.1. Rod, how you doing, buddy?
Okay, Mike, I love you. I wish you were the GM because you would have fired Yzerman by now. And I want to tell you a little bit of my background. I used to skate with the Junior Red Wings. I've seen some of the greatest Red Wings play at Olympia Stadium. The Mahavlich brothers, Gary Unger, just to name a few. And with Marcel Dion, I used to room with Mickey Redmond. I got pictures of me and Mickey Redmond with Marcel. The problem here, I can't believe how many people are drinking the Yzerman Kool-Aid. Things are not going to get better until Yzerman is gone and his fellow friends who are in the drafting department are gone also. Another thing, Chris Ellis ain't going to have the guts to fire Yzerman, so we're going to be going through this the next 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Well, there's your biggest
He's not going to get rid of Harris of the Tigers.
There's your biggest problem. Is if you are under a belief that your GM has no pressure, has no urgency, and has a pseudo lifetime deal, there's your biggest problem. Okay, then. He skated with the Junior Wings.
Right? Yeah, some of the best and brightest.
But the point I'm making is without urgency, none of this changes. And Yzerman is yet to show any level of urgency. Even the Falk acquisition wasn't overly urgent. It was a first-round pick for a player with term to make your top 4 defense better. Like that wasn't. They didn't do that and go get Robert Thomas. They didn't do that and go. Right. So again, if he's not going to approach this summer urgently now, well, then you've discovered the biggest problem.
Well, here's the thing, and we've all said that there's no sense of urgency when it comes to him. Yzerman, feels like he has unlimited runway. If that is the case, then I don't expect to see anything that's going to turn around and help this team out right away. And what's going to happen is people are going to get mad and say, well, this is all Larkin's fault for making this team bad. And it's like, actually,
no, it's not.
It's really not. I think he got fed up. I don't know what happened in the rooms when they were talking, but I don't want to do this anymore. Trade me. Okay. And I think that's just me, Mike. I don't see how this gets fixed.
But that's the whole point. Like, okay, but again, to the last caller's point is why. First of all, it's why I struggle. There were 2 reasons I struggle to write the Tigers off. A, the AL's putrid, and this division's putrid. But B, I don't think they're trading Skubal because there's no urgency.
No,
it's not like the owner's going to make a demand of it. Like that's why. I don't think they'll trade him, and I think it's the easiest thing to sell in the world. Well, we were going for it. We were only 5.5 out of the wild card. Well, look at 2024. Now, should they trade Skubal? 1,000% they should. I don't think they will.
And you know what? I'll hearken.
Hearken.
Same owner, same team.
Yes. I didn't skate with the Junior Wings, but I know I just made a good point.
I just wanted to say hearken.
All right, we'll go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good, buddy?
Hi. I have 2 points to make. The first point is I agree with you. I was excited about when you would talk about the Matthews trade. I understand now it won't work out because there's some reasons there. But my point was, I feel we need to make this. I don't know if we can, but I was hoping we can make this into a generational player. But the only way that's going to happen is a rebuild. And my second point, Dylan Larkin's selling himself way too short. There is. I looked at some teams. There's good, but there's some 5 other teams I wanted to give you, and you're gonna laugh at me at one of these teams: Montreal, Dallas, Los Angeles, Utah, and I'm telling you, Mike, we can make a deal with San Jose. They got a lot of young players on that team, and
I'm not laughing at any of it, John. All of those teams are more hopeful than you are. I'm not laughing at any of it. Montreal makes a ton of sense. Dylan has to be willing to allow Steve to trade him there. So no, I don't laugh at any of it. The Dallas thing makes all the sense in the world, and it's a 0 state tax state, but like this idea, I know we're going to get the calls, and if you talk to a few people, Robertson doesn't want to be here. Oh, but he's from here. Doesn't want to be here. So if they're not going to give you Jason Robertson, what the hell are they giving you?
What do you think about San Jose though? He would be a good pairing with Celebrini, and then they got a lot of young players.
Sure.
They beat us last year. They're on the rise.
They're definitely on the rise. But again, he's got to want to be there.
And it's not on his list.
I can't, John, you're not crazy. It's just all we have today is the report. These are the 3 places. And each of them has a member of Team USA's gold medal team. They're his friends. They're the guys that were leaning on him for the 3 weeks in Italy. Man, you got to break up with her, etc. Like, man, you got to get out of Detroit. You're better than this. His relationship with Yzerman is like, man, don't get engaged to her. She's terrible. I hate saying this, guys. This is the start of Ice Cube, no Vaseline. Here's what they think about you. That's what this is. Here's what they think about you. This is what Dylan Larkin. This is what the league thinks about you. No, we know what Detroit means. We know it's the winged wheel, the original 6. Here's what they think about you. It's a bum-ass franchise. You're never going to win there, and you need to break up with her. That's what his boys were telling him on the Olympic trip. Why do you think those are the 3 teams? Here's what they think about you.
And that's all he knows. In Larkin, he's from here, lived here, plays here. That's all he knows.
But did he skate with the junior wings?
He skated with the real wings.
Well, that's you bring up an interesting point, David, that I want to ask. Is did Larkin tell those guys first, maybe? Because who's to say Jack Eichel, Brady Tkachuk, Boldy, none of these guys go, what's it like playing in Detroit, man? I mean, you're in hockey town. What's that like? What's this? Steve Yzerman's your GM. What's it like playing for him?
No, I actually have audio of his response.
But you see what I'm saying?
I do.
You bring up the point about this classic historic hockey city, and these are.
Yeah, I'm thinking it probably went the other way. Like, are y'all ever going to the playoffs? How long are you sticking around? Seriously.
Right. When are you gonna win?
your team sucks, right? It's probably what they were saying.
Right. That was actually Dylan's response. Oh, you want to know what it's like? Yeah, here's what it's like. David, we'll get some text communications, continue with the calls. You guys have been great. You're passionate about it. We're going to get to the NCAA thing because at some point I have to because I'm pissed. And the only person matter about it is Shabbat. And that's saying something. I feel for you.
Why do you feel for
Because this is, man, this is like an angel falling.
No, I actually can't get mad. NCAA did their job.
No, you can get mad because none of it matters now. Basically, the injunction is saying a player could be blowing lines off the Gatorade cooler mid-game, and you could find a judge to get you an injunction. Because if you're not allowed to do the coke, you'd have a terrible injury.
Yeah, maybe let's move it out of the city that the college is in. Maybe you'll get
quickly,
somebody.
Brendan. Then we'll.
What was it that Russillo said when the Mavs traded Luka Doncic? He could have been smoking cigarettes, dribbling the ball down half court. I still wouldn't have traded him.
Correct.
You could do that. You could be on the field smoking cigs. You'll be fine.
Right. Puffing heaters. Sorsby could have a flask. Doesn't matter.
Wait. Ultimate touchdown celebration.
Yes. There you go. Beer bong. All right. Warm weather's here and everybody's on the road. That's not a good thing because people are ding-a-lings. Distracted driving's real. If you're in an accident, you got problems. And a big one, the insurance company's already ahead of you. They have a team on their side. So you should as well. David Feminino, call the accident response team to help you get your life back, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, Dave, a couple of the texts. We'll get to the callers. And then I look, it's been a great conversation, and we've done it now for a couple hours, but I desperately want to get to the Brendan Sorsby thing at 5 o'clock. It just, I have to. So, David, couple of texts and we'll get to the calls.
Can we say it's time to stop calling it the Iser plan because there literally is no plan?
Well, it's more Iser sham or Iser scam. It's not an Iser plan. Once you get to year 8, you've lost any plan phase.
That's fair.
Hockey Elite here. No matter where Larkin goes, we're the loser. Like most of the trades under Steve Yzerman, we won't get it right.
But if that's the case, and you're saying you're taking a step backward, how would that not trigger a rebuild? I'm asking. I'm being willfully stupid for your pleasure. Just tell me how. That's all I'm asking.
No, it is. It's a rebuild unless you want to rebrand it as an adjustment or extension or whatever it is.
Can a GM go to a podium and please sell us on an adjustment?
I'm going to pivot.
Yes, it's a rebuild. Larkin is doing us a favor. He will never be a first-line center, and we will never win with him. Yeah. Now we can be honest and start the rebuild. That is
okay, but if that's the case, should Yzerman be here? No. Shouldn't this just, in one foul swoop, broom it all out, including your pro player personnel staff and Chris Draper and everybody involved? Shouldn't that be the move if that's what you believe? I'm asking.
No, it should.
Mike just said it. If this plays out as a complete lose-lose situation with the Wings getting nothing and Yzerman staying put as GM, fans are going to have to make a decision because the rebuild of the rebuild is going to piss 95% of the fan base off.
Right, but that's where they have to make decisions. I'm never going to be the guy to tell you what to do, but you'd have to make some serious decisions on what you want to do with your time and money. You do. I'm not. That does not involve me.
Let's be real. Yzerman is going to trade for prospects. He has a contract for life, so why would he be in a hurry?
Right, and that's my point. Look, from a common sense standpoint, you are not in a position to take prospects and picks. But if Larkin is pointing you in a direction where teams do not have a war chest, and let's say Florida was the destination, which I don't think it'll be, what are you getting? The first thing you're reading in every trade package is, well, they have the 9th overall pick. Who cares?
I think I know the answer to this question, but I want to ask it anyways because I asked it. I actually talked about it to David before you guys were in today. Chris Ilitch surprised us all in the Tigers offseason. Is there any chance he surprises us here with this Larkin deal?
By firing Yzerman?
By doing something surprising. What?
You mean actually making a deal and we're like,
they spent the money on Valdez. They spent the money on Verlander. They called up McGonigal. They did what we were asking them to do. And we're like, hey, Chris, all right, let's go. Is there any chance we get a repeat of that in this offseason with the Wings?
I just don't know what they could do. Look, it's a salary cap league. So it's not that they haven't spent. It's just they've spent ineffectively.
I know, and maybe that means the surprise would be firing Yzerman or getting a great deal for Larkin.
Right, but if you're firing Yzerman,
that's not happening.
Here's the thing. Whether Yzerman stays or goes, you're still getting a rebuild. So there's that. Now you got to get somebody to buy into that rebuild.
But to Brendan's point, the surprise would be, I don't want to speak for him. This is what I'm assuming the point is. It would be Chris going to Steve and saying, WTF, move it forward or move out. If that's what you're asking me, my answer is good luck. Because I don't see that happening. And Yzerman took this gig. He didn't take this gig for people to tell him what to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to happen either, but just when we talk about the lifetime contract that Steve Yzerman has and him making this trade for prospects because he has all the time in the world, I just get a little pause there with the way Ilitch has handled the Tigers in the last offseason. Maybe his patience gets up with Yzerman and with the Wings if we keep going down this path and they get 3 prospects nobody's ever heard of for Larkin.
Yeah, that would be a problem. Let's go to the people. Go to DJ 97.1. DJ, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, Rico, it's great having you guys on the west side of the state. Thanks for taking my call.
Absolutely, brother. Man. What's going on, man?
Hey, I just want to call in. I'm kind of surprised with some of the Larkin hate today. I mean, I got to be honest. I'm absolutely fine with what Larkin did in putting those 3 teams on there. I mean, I'd love if sports were still old school and players still stayed with the same organization, but at the end of the day, that's not reality. I have no problem with someone caring about their legacy and their reputation, and I think we're kind of in an era where too much loyalty to a mediocre organization, it hurts your legacy. I mean, ask Mike Trout. So I have no problem at all with Dylan just seeing the writing on the wall and not only getting out, but wanting to go to a good team. So I mean, does it put the Red Wings in a tough spot? Absolutely. But that's the business side of it. Like,
yes,
like you say it a lot. This is a game. These aren't firefighters. These aren't police officers. These aren't nurses. Like, sports is a game. And I feel like a lot of us are acting like Dylan just committed some immoral, heinous crime.
No. Listen, I am pro player on this one. I think the Yzer plan has been a disaster. I think the player obviously had some time away from the team to reflect on his situation, and he was with his friends at the Olympics, and they leaned on him. And he's like, you know what? I'm done with this. And I'm also done getting barked at by Yzerman when I don't have enough help. Yeah. My point is, when he gave the list, DJ, I'm not sitting here blasting the player. I'm just saying, if you really want to get out of here, a 3-team list where, for instance, by any measure, Florida doesn't have a top 50 prospect, not one. So now I got to go on the roster and get what? You know, Minnesota does not have a war chest. They do not have a top 50 prospect. And what's the best thing they could offer me, DJ? Wallstead? Okay, one problem. The Wings have 2 goalies in the top 20 prospects. So what am I doing there? Right. And Vegas, forget it. They have no farm system and they have no money. That's the only thing I'm saying, Deej. He didn't do them a solid.
No, I hear you, Mike, and I agree with you. I think there's some callers who are kind of taking Stevie Y's past sins out on Dylan. Like,
yes.
You know, if we weren't in year 8, this wouldn't be an issue. So, but
correct.
No, I respect it, Mike. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, brother. Yeah. Appreciate you listening, man. And again, both things can be true. I'm not against what Dylan did. I think it's hilarious. I'm glad he did it because something needs to shake this thing up. But that doesn't mean it's going to work.
But, like I said, I think that either way, we're looking at a rebuild.
Rico, I'm not kidding either.
No, whether it's Stevie or whether you bring in somebody new.
I was spitballing, and I just pulled this up. I'm not wrong. None of the 3. If you buy into this, there's one true prospect. Vegas has got a guy in the top 50. The other 2 teams, Stugotz. They got nothing.
Well, let's just hope.
So that's why I'm telling you can't do prospects. I need NHL talent. What contenders are giving you top 6 NHL talent?
Yeah, Dylan, you know what? Come back with a real list. Help us out. We want to move you.
David, timely. I want to make sure you don't start yelling at people. All right. If you've been thinking of upgrading your ride for summer, Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, guys, they have the deals in supply here. They make the process super simple. And when it comes to that certified service, MoranExpress.com, you get the loaner and you go about your day. You can also shop online anytime. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. Visit them, Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
I thought about something over the weekend, so I want to play a little game called Can We Say That?
And I'm leading off.
Okay.
I have usurped the power because this is a Rico Beard issue. Here we go.
Okay.
Can we say Brandon Ayuk is the new Antonio Brown minus candy penises thrown at baby mama? What the hell was Brandon Ayuk's video this weekend telling the Niners to, quote, stop running from the belt, close quote? Rico Beard.
You know what? Don't read my notes. Don't read my notes. We were getting to that second, but it's first now.
Now it is.
All I kept thinking was, this is Antonio Brown.
Okay.
I don't know what happens to wide receivers, Mike, when all of a sudden it's like something snaps and they go from being the person that you knew to some crazy guy on the street talking about satellites in his head. Like, I don't understand that, but the whole, you're running from the belt. Then he slows the video down, running from the belt. Like,
he sounded like your Russell Wilson drop.
Yes. I'm like, I don't know. Now, in theory, he didn't say their name, so it's like, I don't know if you're going through something, Brandon, or...
But we've established new Antonio Brown?
Yeah, I think so.
Shabath.
Yeah, different sport, but it kind of gave me Jaden Ivey vibes a little bit. Just like did this on his own, wasn't on some podcast or some interview.
Okay, but you know what? The Jaden Ivey thing I could accept because he turned his life around. I don't know what's going on with Brandon. He begged for they were going to trade him. He said, no, I'll sign a deal here. He got hurt and then said, you guys don't appreciate me. So I get what you're saying.
All right.
Right.
Let's go ahead. Is he Antonio Brown?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on.
All right.
Sorry.
How about some fun?
Tigers.
Can we say that Kevin McConaughey is the best Tiger everyday player on this team?
I'm okay with it. I mean, he's second in baseball in multi-hit games. He's one of the only guys in a lineup that can hit above 250. Again, power's lacking, but yeah, I mean, he's just...
You could hit a home run.
Dude, he's got 4 on the year. The point is, could he be a fixture as the leadoff or in the 2-hole for the next 5-6 years? Yeah, I'm okay saying that. Sure.
I'll say Jahmai Jones.
Go to hell, David.
I can say that right now. Which
they're lucky they won that game because it was another one taking guys like Cole Keith out and Kerry Carpenter, and I got to look at Jahmai Jones' mustache.
Yep.
Enough.
McGonigal being the best everyday player tells you a lot about that lineup.
If they only allow one Tiger in the All-Star game, would you be okay if it was him?
Yes. Plus the Magana goggles. Because of the Magana goggles. Shabath.
The Magana goggles were cute. Come on.
It was.
I'm
not mad at the kid. I was mad at the broadcast. I didn't need to see her 10 times.
I do think he's their best everyday player. If you frame it in the All-Star question, though, it might have to be Riley.
No. Unsustainable BABIP.
What about Dylan?
Magana goggles. I'll give the Tigers 2 All-Stars, but it'd be Dingler.
No.
Dingler, yes.
If you only had one, would you
Magana
be okay?
goggles.
Okay.
Got to be the goggles. No, I mean, McGonigal's the best pure hitter they got. To me. And I like the story of it. I'm bored with Riley.
Can we say that the San Antonio Spurs looked very young and in over their heads in game 2? They choked it away.
Yeah, you can tell one team doesn't have a lot of playoff experience and the other team does. And look, Wemby, we do forget because he's splendid. He is young. And a guy like Castle, young. This is probably their learning experience, unfortunately. And the Knicks are, look, I can keep it on the level. I don't have to like them to respect them. They're on a historical run right now where they've 13 straight games?
14, I believe. Yeah, because when I look at the team real quick, guys, because it kind of reminds me, Mike, you will remember this, the young Orlando Magic with Shaq and Penny, and they were so young and talented.
What about Nick Anderson?
In the final, yeah, and then
do you remember
a couple of free throws got missed? And
real quick, Shabath, I want to put Rico to the test on stuff. Georgia Tech, do you remember the nickname? And can you name the 3 members of that G-Tech team that were very famous? Nick Anderson was one. Do you remember the other 2?
Oh, my goodness. Yes, it was Kenny Anderson.
Yep.
And I forgot the last.
Was it Dennis Scott?
Yes.
Do you remember what they called them?
The The Ramblin' Wreck.
Lethal Weapon 3.
Oh.
It was at the same time as the movie. All right, we're losers. Shabath, go ahead.
Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Listen. All right, I already got people in the chat busting balls about Wendy's salad bar. Okay? Carry on.
Lunch at Ponderosa. Go ahead.
The ground round.
I think it's not only the Spurs roster, Rico, it's the coaching staff. Mitch Johnson, you have to call timeout.
Yes.
That is inexcusable. Tie game, you don't have numbers, you'll advance the ball, you'll have 12 seconds to set up whatever play you want. That is inexperience in a final spot trying to let that game play out. You have to call timeout there. Everybody's young on this
think
team.
they're going through what the Celtics went through in 22 against the Warriors.
They haven't taken their lumps, and you really got to take your lumps to win an NBA title.
Agree, totally.
Can we say in the NFL that the Cleveland Browns are punting this season? They are just in full, we don't care.
I'll take it a step further. Can we say they don't care about winning until they open their stadium in 29? Everything they're doing is long view. Nothing makes sense in real time. That's where my can we say that is.
Because I'm like, they have 4 quarterbacks.
And you have none.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me that Deshaun Watson is not going all out? They're not you doing everything to make him win?
I don't think so.
David, when you're telling me that there's a competition between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders.
Correct.
You've told me everything you need to tell me.
Correct. I hope they enjoy the cold down there watching that horrible team.
Right. When Deion wants to have a up close and personal
Thank you,
conversation.
Steelers fan. That's enough from you, Brendan.
Can I cite the Dan Campbell sound of how good of a player Jared Verse is as them not giving up?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, did
No.
you see the clips of Verse at OTA?
No, I didn't.
He looks like he wants to go on the lam.
Well,
honestly, I think Jared Verse wants to be an escape from Dannemora. He wants to go hide in the woods. Like, get me out of here.
They nicknamed that city what it is for a reason.
That's very true.
That's clearly what's going
One
on.
more. We got about a minute.
Can we say that the Tampa Rays are crashing back to earth?
Yes, they're complete frauds, and I hate the way they play baseball. It's why I don't like them or the Tigers. Optionality. Here's my option: not to watch you. I can't stand it. They don't have any real ball players. They got Caminero and what?
I know it. Look, it kind of takes away from what the Tigers did because it's like they're still losing. Like I don't know if the Tigers broke them.
No,
They were broken before they got there.
Go ahead, Brendan, quickly.
Yeah, that was the concern when the Tigers swept them. Are the Tigers for real, or is this Tampa team maybe not so serious?
Unserious. Idiots. Steven Matz. You got to be kidding me. All right, that's part one. We'll get to part two later.
Yes.
Tremendous. That's Can We Say That?
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. Red Wings beat writer Helene St. James wrote today that Dylan Larkin's 3 teams that he would accept a trade to include the Florida Panthers, Vegas Golden Knights, and the Minnesota Wild as well. Pistons Detroit News beat writer Cody Davis wrote about Tobias Harris today. Quote, winning a championship is Harris's top priority as he considers his next move. He has a strong desire to return to Detroit and believes that he can achieve the feat with the Pistons, end quote. The NBA Finals continue tonight at Madison Square Garden. The Spurs, hoping to avoid a 3-0 deficit, get in price on the secondary market around $4,000. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby was granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA after they ruled he was ineligible to play this season following sports gambling findings. If not allowed to play this season, the judge says that Sorsby would suffer, quote, probable, imminent, and irreparable injury, end quote. Why don't you just have him do that live? The Tigers have the day off, enjoying their last 2 series wins. Another very winnable series coming up tomorrow against the Twins. Minnesota has won just 3 games in their last 12 as well. Bradley and Melton, the probable pitching matchup. You can hear it right here on 97.1. According to the AP, PWHL Detroit acquiring Hillary Knight in a sign and trade with Vegas. Knight considered one of the best players in U.S. women's hockey Olympic history. Hillary Knight.
And the update.
At the Corwell Health Sports Desk. You're just mean. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. I'm out.
Okay. The Larkin stuff still plays. If we will get to your calls. We've done a couple hours on it. I've got to bring in the other big story of the day, and we're going to get to the Tigers tomorrow when they play. This Brendan Sorsby thing has been the bane of my existence. And I have said to you, there is a difference between me not understanding how or why any of you still care about college football and then being angry about it. I'm not angry. I legitimately, you may as well be speaking Portuguese to me. I do not understand you. So Sorsby, just for people who, crawled out from under a rock, formerly of Indiana, formerly of Cincinnati. Now he was the belle of the ball, a $6 million number 1 QB in the portal, and the cast of Landman, Texas Tech, bought him. Okay, fine. One problem. It came out he had made thousands of sports bets, including on college football, including on the team he played for, and he even bet a couple of unders in the games. Okay. Oh, but he didn't play in those games. Don't care. There's one true thing in college. You can't gamble. Just can't do it. You gambled on the sport. It's not like he was doing Korean table tennis. He bet on the sport as an active player and on the team he was playing for. You're done. It's simple. It's in the bylaws. Full stop. Nope, not anymore. Now, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can just overrule the NCAA in some hillbilly hayseed-ass court and file a restraining order on the very organization that runs the sport. So we saw they were going to find an impartial judge, heavy quotations.
Because one recused himself.
And they found someone outside of Lubbock, but still inside the state of Texas. And a week after, where I don't even understand what the hearing was, and we talked to a lawyer, and he assured me this wouldn't happen. Well, damn it, lawyer boy, where are you now? My nightmare's happening.
How did it take a week? Because it seemed like open and shut.
Because they probably had to work out the Rolls Royce they gave this judge.
Brendan, are you done testifying? Yes. Okay, you're
ineligible. Cool story. But the ruling says, listen, and this is like Bizarro World, where the NCAA fed us a bunch of bollocks when it came to Michigan's cheating. Now the NCAA is being fed a bunch of bollocks about this. Brendan Sorsby would incur irreparable injury if he's not allowed to play football. I once again would like to quote noted poets, the Yin Yang Twins. So
your injury comes, but it's okay that you missed the first 2 games. That's your punishment.
All right. Well, no. Your punishment is you're going to be paid $5 million instead of $6 million to play football, and you'll miss the Abilene Christian game. But now it's getting spicy.
Yes.
The fallout from this is sensual. And I want to make sure Brendan Shabath is screening for us today. I want to make sure Brendan hears this. Okay, your head hasn't exploded yet. Are you prepared?
I am. I am prepared.
Okay, here we go. Via Ross Dellinger of Yahoo.
Fantastic.
Uh-oh. Big 12 teams are considering refusing to play Texas Tech if Sorsby is permitted to play after admittedly making bets. And on Indiana, quote, we've had serious conversations about it. This is from K-State AD Gene Taylor.
He put his name on it.
So his name is on this, but it gets better. There's a lot to be discussed. We're not scheduled to play this year, but it's something we have to look at from a college football perspective. This is greater than the Big 12. But Taylor decided, nope, that's not enough. Quote, on the record, it's effing BS, Taylor told Dellinger.
Except he didn't use the initials.
I know the kid has a problem. Well, get well and focus on your problem. It's devastating for him to be able to play when in every other sport, no matter the level, deems an athlete ineligible. They are punished severely for betting on their team. Georgia AD Josh Brooks has taken it a step further. There needs to be conversations about not playing Tech in any sport. This is not about Texas Tech. It's about protecting our own locker room. We can't in good conscience put student athletes on the field where the competitive integrity of the contest is compromised and overridden by courts. If a state court wants to dictate eligibility, they can play themselves. Woo! Things are going great.
Yeah.
What a great day to share this moron's name. I mean, just a complete disgrace to the namesake.
But
this is so stupid.
As silly as this sounds, you do realize the fallout from this right now is in the league office of the NBA and the NFL and Major League Baseball and guys, we need a hard and fast rule. We can't. We can't
have it.
No.
Rico.
We thought that the NCAA had.
No. No, hold on. Don't make me go Cat Williams. The pro leagues are collectively bargained with language. They have unions.
Gotcha.
College football is run by the Muppets or the Doozers at the start of Fraggle Rock.
The Swedish Chef.
Right. Mort. This is the problem. This is the problem. I'm a child of the 80s. You weren't getting that one by me. You're skibber. Right. That's the NCAA. The NCAA says you can't gamble. Find a hayseed judge, overturn, you can. Hey, Charles Bediaco, you're Al Bundy from Married with Kids. You're ineligible.
But I played the G League. It wasn't the NBA.
Alabama judge says, wrong. This is my issue. Now the NCAA is at a point you may as well break your lease for the office space, fold up shop. The issue, there's no one to run the sport. There are no rules. This is why I'm not angry at anyone. You're free to love whatever you like. I don't have to understand it. How any of you even care is beyond my limited comprehension.
I think I'm only in this now, Mike, for the twist where Cassius Winston leads everybody from 2020 in a class action lawsuit and says, we want our final 12 games back.
And you just find a hayseed judge in Mason or Bath or Charlotte, Crystal City, Owasso's finest, and you just get the ruling.
Yeah, and there you have it. You know what? These guys they get 15 games back because they didn't get their season completed.
I just want to throw the number out. You can call in about the Larkin stuff. We gave you the 3 teams he's considered that are kosher, but this is a huge story because, again, this is the final frontier of nonsense.
Is it though?
What else can you offer me?
Every time we think you can't get any worse.
Fine. Find me a player who's Tony Montana and a judge rules if he can't slang coke,
you know what?
That he'll have irreparable injury.
I think the final straw will be when they do the scene from The Last Boy Scout. That's it.
Okay, then. Brendan, so now that this is where we're at, ADs are saying we're not even going to play Texas Tech. You got Texas Tech now has their QB eligible. Their suspension is the Abilene Christian game, which is even worse than the Sharon pick a day off to be with your side piece suspension.
I didn't even think about that.
Sharon, what day would you like to? Okay, then. So, look, this is why any of you taking this sport seriously, God bless and good luck. Just leave me alone. Go ahead, Brent.
The only solace I could find in this reprehensible, awful story today.
You might as well go there.
That's what Sorsby was paying attention to.
Probably.
But the only solace I could find is there has never been a better time for Michigan State football to be complete garbage. Because it doesn't matter anymore. Every national championship from here on out in this sport is so stupid and tainted and completely ruined. So who cares if my football team's bad? Because even if your football team wins it, you've got 35-year-olds betting on the under who are on their 7th year of eligibility.
There you go.
They're just coming off the NFL. They got done with their season early. They missed the playoffs. Now they're coming to play in the SEC championship.
Listen, it's never meant less. As radio hosts, there's no buzz for this sport. There's nothing.
Wait, is that Amir Abdullah? Is he back in the college?
Gardner Minshew, what?
I bet you I can throw that ball over those mountains. David, do you have a thought? You're a scumbag Wolverine. Talk to me.
This has nothing to do with that.
Sure it does.
Sport is dead.
You were throwing hard drives into lakes and filing LLCs, and the NCAA went, we know they destroyed all the evidence, but we don't want to hurt the kids.
I don't know what you're talking about. Cheeseburger. I don't know.
Cutscene, we got a quarterback making $6 million saying, if you don't let me play, I'm incurring an irreparable injury. Cutscene, you're Adam Sandler for Uncut Gems.
This is the end, guys. I could not believe this story. And the fact that now the NCAA can appeal, the appeal goes to a set of judges appointed that are Tech law grads. You're never going to win this, NCAA.
Guns
never.
up. I mean, they may as well have had the Mass Rider as the judge. Exactly. Come in on Zorro the horse, and away we go.
It's why I guess the other schools are saying maybe we just don't play them.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Rico. Where the hell was the Big Ten with the kind of cojones like that when Michigan was cheating to get a national title?
They had an opportunity.
That's right, but they hired a cat enthusiast TV exec who used to work at Fox.
That's the kind of energy that we needed. We're not going to put up for this. We're not going to play you. The only thing that I say, the opposite side of that coin is if you want to beat Texas Tech and all of this crap that they're doing with getting the judge and getting Sorsby to find a way to play, go to the flip side of the coin and play them. Because you know what the idiot's doing? He's betting the under on Texas Tech in the first half.
You can't...
I'm picking you.
No. But here's
Go
the thing.
Play 'em.
Here's the thing that because they're worried about the kid and all him getting hurt. You do realize he would have to have a Joe Burrow type of year, because if he goes out, throws picks, fumbles the ball, loses games, your own fan base will turn on you. All of these Texas Tech people who are doing the guns up right now, let them throw a pick in the final minute of the game, and they lose to whoever.
Here's the other.
How much did you make off of that?
This is the other problem in all of this. This is why it's such a farce. Whether it is drugs, alcohol, gambling, boobs, whatever it is. If you have an addiction, it ain't fixed in 30 days.
No.
This is a battle you will fight the rest of your life. The idea, this is just as bad as Vrabel going to breast counseling and missing day 3 of the draft, that he was gone for 4 hours. Brendan Sorsby has a problem. The idea that problem is made better by paying him $5 million and going back to playing football, where everything he does, to both of your points, will be under immense scrutiny. It is the most laughable. My head is exploding.
Mike, if he starts this year and he plays, I promise you he won't finish the year, because the Texas Tech people will turn on him, and the coach is going to walk in and say, you know what, for the betterment of the team, we're just going to tell him he's no longer a part of this team.
You're just not going to play Abilene Christian. That's a big sacrifice.
No,
that's like Sharon's mobile booty lounge. When would you like to be suspended for a long weekend in Aspen?
Let him lose a big game to an Oklahoma State, and it's like, wait, we just lost to Oklahoma State, and you threw 3 picks?
Yeah. We'll get to the people, and I'm going to tell you, I am elated, and I am so thankful. Our lawyer friend who called last week, and he promised me this wouldn't happen, he's back. I need his counsel. Matt is back with us.
Okay.
Very intelligent man. Beautiful man. And I need counsel because he told me this won't happen. Your blood pressure shouldn't raise for this. Here we are. Nice sport. You enjoy. All right, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose, they specialize in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. That experience means when you're facing the IRS in a collection or audit, you can rely on them. Maurice and Jerry have taken clients and cases all the way to the Supreme Court. Their experience is invaluable. Call them. You just call them or go to their website, abrahamandrose.com. That's abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. And respectfully, I want to do this because I think it's the most relevant way to start the topic. I'm not disrespecting callers who've been on hold, but we do need a legal opinion on this. And a man who counseled us last week has been kind enough to give us some time. I am going to bump him to the front of the line. Matt, you broke my heart. You promised me this wouldn't happen. We need a conversation. Help me.
Mike, I can tell you're having a bad day, and I want to ask you, what can I do to help?
I just want to know how the hell this is reality. That's all. How could they have ruled in his favor?
And what's the recourse for the NCAA?
Thank you.
So I only heard about the ruling as I was getting in my truck to drive home, so I haven't had a chance to read it. So I don't know how the judge defended the decision.
He said, here's what he said, all right? He said that by not playing, he would incur irreparable injury. That makes no sense.
It's difficult. Yeah, it's difficult to grasp because when someone's contractual rights are interfered with, if you can later show at a trial that they were wrongfully interfered with, you have a monetary award. He could conceivably recover what he lost on his player contract from the party that interfered. So there's difficulty there. That is quintessential, not irreparable harm when you have what lawyers refer to as a legal remedy.
Right. And what I don't understand, I mean, Matt, the problem I have in all of this now crosses a line they can never go back. You are saying that a guy who bet on his own team, bet on the sport he plays in, can cite with, obviously his attorney's case is that a gambling addiction is a mental health issue and that you'd be punishing him for that issue. The problem I have, Matt, is any judge worth their salt would look at the violation of the integrity of the game and what the overriding ramifications of this judgment would be. But this is the problem, Matt. You're in Texas. You can't escape the sphere of influence.
You're in Texas where they have $1 million high school football stadiums.
Well, it isn't just Texas. Let's assume arguendo there was some home field advantage granted to the player here. I actually sued a professional sports team in Detroit once and had to sue in Wayne County Circuit Court. It was later litigated in federal court. It didn't work out well for my client, in part because of the reputation and who I had to sue. If in fact this judge has a soft spot, and understand, judges are people too. They have their own biases, their own, predeterminations of issues and how they favor, are they a plaintiff's judge, a defendant's judge? Do they think this kid is, do they have a soft spot for people who have psychological or substance abuses? Trust me, there are judges out there who will bend over backwards for someone who claims, oh, I only did it because I was drunk, or I only did it because I was addicted, or I only hit my wife because, blah, blah, blah. They're out there. And this is one person's opinion about the facts, which lawyers would say this is why you have courts of appeal. Now, to address your point, what recourse is out there? I do think this case presents a very compelling issue out there that other courts and other sports are going to look at and say, well, if it happened there, how could it not happen in our sport? That may compel a court of appeals in Texas to look very closely at this and scrutinize it immediately. But I will warn you, this is considered what lawyers refer to as an interlocutory ruling. I mean, it's not final. And courts of appeal are often very reluctant to inject themselves in non-final decisions.
Well, Matt, look, I appreciate it. I just, all jokes aside, right, all humor aside, the sport has no one behind the wheel. It is a literal Wild West where now, as we sit here today, you had a judgment. Brandon, I had to go ahead. What? It's not an interview; it's a call.
No,
I mean,
I just had a question for the lawyer, because he talked about the irreparable harm, which is the word that I really get hung up on in this damn thing. And they don't actually. I believe it said irreparable injury.
Yes,
it was probable, imminent, and irreparable injury because he wouldn't play for Texas Tech. If I know anything,
he didn't play right now,
right in 2026, if I know anything about lawyers, my mom's a lawyer. If I know anything about lawyers, it is that they love to use their words and they love to be oh so specific. Because if you're not, someone's going to come back at you and say, "Oh, well, you didn't say that. You said this." And that wording, what does that mean? Irreparable injury. Are you guaranteeing if Brendan Sorsby doesn't play for the 2026 Texas Tech Red Raiders, he's going to stub his toe?
No, here's what the judge said. Here's what the judge said, and then Rico, take him to 6. The judge ruled he'd lose access to high-level training and the ability to maximize his athletic potential, thereby complicating his decision to enter the 2026 NFL supplemental draft.
Got to be kidding me.
I am not the judge. Please do not yell at me.
That's the BS argument that they made before this happened weeks ago. I have a gambling addiction, and in order to stop my gambling addiction, I need the resources that universities are so willing to give out all the time to help me stop gambling. It's complete crap.
Rico?
I was going to say it sounded as if he needed to be in camp and work out and do whatever because you just couldn't drop him in the middle of the season. That's how I took the injury.
Does that apply? Because I've been a state employee of 2 NCAA institutions before. I've been legally not allowed to gamble on any sport that the NCAA plays. Does that apply to me if I get caught gambling?
Yes. No, I mean, you'd be screwed. You're not Brendan Sorsby. I want to be clear about that.
Are you making $6 million?
No.
Then no. It's not.
No. It's justice for thee and not for me. Right. I'm with you totally, bro. Look, he crossed a red line. It's like yelling bomb on an airplane. You can't do it. You'll be on the no-fly list.
He admitted it. He bet on his own team. I mean,
and by the way,
receipts.
If the ruling is you're ineligible for the year, go get help. And then if you want to go play ball, your options are your own. You can enter the draft. You can try to have a school pick you up, but you can't play this year.
There also has to be some sort of scale here. If you bet $15 on a Super Bowl square and you're the third string tight end of some FBS school, I don't think you should be banned for the rest of your life.
Brendan, he could bet whatever he wanted on anything but college football.
He could have bet golf,
$90,000.
Golf, baseball, NFL football. Yes. Remember, J-Mo, the whole thing was, I didn't bet on Detroit. I bet on other things. So that's why. He was, he got ended up with 1 game.
But this is a clear, if you drunk drive twice, you're going to have a bigger penalty the second time because it's a repeat offense. $90,000 is an unbelievable amount to go back to over and over and over and over again. How is this just forgiven with no penalty?
Texas judge. And there's no rules. That's why I can't take any of it seriously. There's no rules. People just make it up.
Win it all. Screw it. I hope they win it.
Okay. I have nothing to add. Here's Rico. We'll get to some calls.
You know what? I can watch the Texas Tech games. I can watch that down in the basement as well if I could find what channel it's on. But that basement was done for me by Matrix Basements. They can do the same thing for you. You've been thinking about it. You've been talking about it. Look, let's face it. You need to end the paralysis right now and just let Matrix Basements get your basement done for you like they did for me. They took a totally unfinished basement. It was nothing but boxes, and it was a storage unit and an underground storage unit. And now it is the ultimate man cave. It was designed for me. Why? Because Matrix Basements has an award-winning design staff. They could do the same thing for you. You got to take the first step. Quit procrastinating. MatrixBasements.com right now and let that award-winning staff design their best for you. And trust me, you're going to love it. And the clock is ticking, because if you want this thing ready by football season, you better do it now. Matrix Basements, design that pays off. I thought about something over the weekend, so I want to play a little game called Can We Say That?
And in the mold of what we've talked a lot about today, can we say Dylan Larkin is being a bad faith participant in this? Only listing 3 teams, none of which have any war chest.
You know what? I'm going to say no.
Okay.
You've earned the right to have a no-trade clause. I can't get mad because you enforce it. It's like getting angry at people who have vacation time. You've earned that time. Go use that time. He's earned a no-trade clause. It doesn't say no trade, but be easy on us. It's I can pick where I want to go.
Brendan?
It's a little bit, it feels a little bad faith, but I think we're a little sour. He's negotiating.
Yes.
This is what you got to do. If I want my salary to be, a $5 million, I'm going to come in and ask for 10, and maybe they'll come back. That's what Larkin's doing.
I'm on board with everything that Larkin is doing. In the end, I think it will work out for the Wings, but right now, yes, he's being bad faith, but I'm good with it. Do it.
Yeah, it's a business. Like
we just want pain.
No, but it's a business. He's not here to help the Wings out. He's done everything he could, and now he's exercising a clause that's his right. And if you're well, it's not. Dude.
No, I'm just saying, you damn well know you don't have a realistic shot of going to those 3 places. You could have given us, half a dozen. Go ahead, man.
Can we say that Tarek Skubal will be back pitching for the Tigers before the All-Star break?
Sunday, Cleveland. That's my guess.
I didn't want to go that soon.
Yeah, but I mean, all of this feels a little fugazi. So sure, Sunday. I'll say yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't even paid attention to when the All-Star break starts. I think he's here this weekend. I think everything probably went fine.
I think it's like the second week of July.
Oh yeah, definitely. I like your take, Mike, on Cleveland, and probably JV in Houston after that.
Sounds right.
Yeah,
and that feels pretty on point.
He's a medical marvel. He's going to be back and better than ever.
Or I don't know. It makes me question everything because honestly, no one's ever had this recovery with that injury. So maybe it. What exactly was it?
Are you questioning the Nano Needle 2.0?
I'm questioning everything about this because it is this
That's
is
what it
like
seems like it was.
It's just insane.
Yeah.
David quits. Okay, good talk.
Can we say
that the NCAA should shutter its office and sublet the building? That they're totally dead because any Tom, Dick, or Harry can overrule them. They can basically find a drunk cowboy in a Texas court. What damages is Brendan Sorsby undergoing?
Here's the thing. Can we say that for once it ain't the NCAA's fault?
Correct.
Yeah. Like everybody's bashing the NCAA. They said, hey, you can do a lot of things. You can't gamble. You can't play. And then you find a judge
you can
in Texas who will wait, when's my re-election? Yes.
Well, this guy's retired, so that doesn't play. But guess what? Maybe he got a golf course membership. Brendan, go ahead.
Yeah, along those lines, Rico, can we say this is what you get? Because all everybody did for years and years and years was beg to get money, beg to get paid, beg for gambling to be legal, and the NCAA said, fine, here you go. And we got the Wild West, and now everything's ruined.
Well, the reason being...
Yeah, Rico.
Because the NCAA wanted everybody to come back begging to them, and they didn't realize that TV was going to bail out and start paying all of this money. The NCAA thought, oh, you want this? Fine, go ahead. Oh, wait, somebody actually came up with money? Now we're screwed.
Can we also say this is one of the worst days of the year to share a name with this guy?
Yes, it is, because I hate you right now because that, and I get your sentiment about everything, but I'm going to give the NCAA credit when I can because you never can usually, and they were right on this. They were right suspending him, and he should remain suspended, but we have courts in Texas.
Can we say that maybe the Pistons should use the Knicks model to build a team? The Knicks went out and outsourced their entire starting lineup.
Okay, well, they have 2 options. Because I think the final, can we please just stop with the Wemby part? I know he's a unicorn, okay? But that's drafting. Wemby aside, your 2 pathways are nail the draft, Spurs, okay? Or burn everything to the ground and go all in and do the build-a-block team, Knicks. That's it. Trajan's got now the problem for the Pistons. The nailing the draft thing has left the barn. So the only other thing to do is go the Knicks model. So I'll say, right now, you know who you want, you know who you don't. Go do your thing.
I mean, because the Knicks, the Mikal Bridges was getting panned, and now they win a title. They don't care they gave up all those first-round picks for him.
Yeah, and Mike, to your point, the Pistons nailing the draft would be generous, but we're beyond the draft now at this point. But you look at Golden State, you look at Oklahoma City, you look at the leaders in Boston when they won their championship, in San Antonio. They might not win this year, but all of these teams have nailed the draft. The only option the Pistons have left is to build around the roster that they have. Yes. I don't know that they're going to have to blow it up to the level that the Knicks did.
No.
But they've got to make some moves.
But here, Brendan, what I would say is you're no longer, this is where I want to throw Jeremy Otto through a wall. Oh, Tobias Harris wants to be back. No. Just, please, God. Why do we always have to bring everyone back? See, but move one this offseason.
You know what? Let's keep the thing, the streak going. Flow chart, back to the question. Should they be like the Knicks?
Yes. They should be like the Knicks because but you also got to make bold moves. Julius Randle was loved by New Yorkers and loved by the roster. Everybody on there. But you got to make a bold move. And you said, you know what? Cat's available. Got to do it. They cannot keep bringing everyone back. Everyone loves Duran in this town.
Never forget the sad DiVincenzo commercial where Jalen Brunson handed him a hat. How awkward was that? And I traded him.
And Mike, I think to your point, we're not actually talking about Tobias Harris. Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo do not equal Tobias Harris on this Pistons team. They equal Ron Holland, Isaiah Stewart, maybe even Asar Thompson, although I might disagree with that. Those are the hard questions you're going to have to ask yourself.
I forgot about the DiVincenzo Villanova.
Hey, Dante. And he throws him like a Stephen Barry's hat.
Go Cats.
What are we doing here?
Go Cats.
Right.
All right. Can we say...
Remember they played the sad music in the commercial, too.
Yeah, it's like looking at them. They're looking at each other like, oh.
Yeah, did Dante's whole family die? No, he got traded. He's making millions.
Yeah, but they're part of the...
Here's a Villanova hat. I miss you.
New York Wildcats.
Next.
Can we say the Stanley Cup will go 7 games?
I hope it does because it's been really
3 overtime games.
It's been really compelling. I'll say yes, just because I'm hope casting.
Absolutely. I was floored when I looked at the score on Friday night, Saturday night, and it was 4-4. I was checking on my drive. It's 4-0. All right, game over.
Yeah.
I said, wait, what? What happened? There's no. Each of these games, the team who won it had no business winning it for a long time. This has to go 7. Absolutely, we need this.
4-0, then 4-3. 39 seconds later. Wait, what?
Yeah, no one can keep the lead, which means it's going 7. It has to.
Can we say that if the New York Knicks win the NBA Finals, that Karl-Anthony Towns will be your MVP?
Yes, today, yes. He's been the best player on the floor for them.
I still think they'll end up with Brunson, but it's on merit versus reality, right? I remember when the Celtics won it in 24.
Tatum versus Brown.
Right, I was dreading they were going to give it to Tatum. I was thankful they gave it to Brown because he was the better player. So I'm always worried about the popularity contest. But yes, you can say that.
Yeah, right now, Cat is he's getting rid of a lot of stereotypes about himself.
Why? Because he's actually doing it?
Yeah.
Weird how that works.
He's not an enthusiast.
I also think Brunson might have run out of time. What if they win tonight? Brunson might not have enough games
then that's
to get
something
back
different.
in it, and
You're
then
right.
it's going to be Cat. He's been the best player on the floor.
Can we say that Jacoby Brissett has finally saw the light and he's showing up to the Arizona Cardinals mini camp?
No. He should go to Cabo. He's made enough money. I don't want to play for the Cardinals. I'd rather quit. Honestly. I don't want to play here. If he signs, he's signing a hospital bill. He got no help. But yeah, he saw the light. He showed up for work. How long until he dies?
Be the starting QB.
Yeah, in the UFL. Go ahead, Brendan.
Arizona, UFL, same thing.
I just would like to see Jacoby Brissett's face when he found out that they got rid of Kyler Murray and that he thought he was going to be the backup because everybody wants to be the backup quarterback in the
you
NFL.
do nothing.
It's the best job in the world.
You wear a headset.
It's the best
you
job.
hold a water bottle.
The only job better is Monty Williams. You get fired 1 year into a contract and they got to pay you the rest of your life. I mean, he's got to sign this contract and do the bare minimum to get that money.
Can we say that Sam Presti may have been over-exaggerating when he said that Shea Alexander plays against 6 people every night, and one includes the media because they judge his player harshly?
Yes, but he's also taking up for his franchise and a guy that's set to make $70 million. Look, it's a stupid comment. Sam Presti needs to be more concerned why Chet Holmgren's three-point shooting has gone down and down and down, specifically in the playoffs and even more specifically game by game in the finals. He needs to make a decision on Jalen Williams, whose hamstrings are made of papier-mâché. What are they doing with Hartenstein? But I understand you got to take up for your player. So it's a little bit of both. But yes, you can say he went too far.
No, I love this quote. This is straight out of the Steve Yzerman, Dylan Larkin School of Public Relations. This is perfect, and I think he's right, too, because when SGA wins his second MVP and they stream it on an HDMI cord on a laptop in the film room, he looks like he's reading a boring book and about to fall asleep. He doesn't care, and he's so caught up in being the pretty boy with the aura, and everything is too cool. He's too cool for school. Everything's nonchalant. There are too many people in this country who want to be too cool for whatever they're doing right now.
Well, at least he
He's
wasn't
one
in
of them.
Central Park painting pictures and eating baguettes like Wemby.
He's at least inspired. I mean, come on. He at least cares. He cares about something.
I mean, maybe he was floating down the river in San Antonio.
Okay.
The Riverwalk.
Look, the reason they lost that series is very, very simple. Jalen Williams is an all-NBA player and one of the
it's
biggest
full
shot
swing.
creators.
Time to make sure your
He
home
died.
can handle the heat.
You're
wave,
not
massive
overcoming the
heating,
loss of
cooling,
all-NBA
plumbing,
guys in the
electrical is here to
finals.
ensure.
And I'll give full
that
credit.
happens. $79 AC tune-up and free on check.
Numbnuts.
When you tell them you heard it
Kason
here.
Wallace
Looking
and-
for a total
Look,
upgrade.
Jalen Williams,
Now's the
all-NBA
time.
guy.
Buy a new furnace.
You take
and
him out of
AC,
that
you get
equation.
half off the
That's it.
installation.
The Spurs were able to
Mastercraft, they know
do
that Comfort can't
SGA
wait,
what
and they
everyone else
offer
does to
same-day
KD.
service,
You just
24/7
bracketed because you did not
availability.
have Jalen
They
Williams
all
to
work back
create
by a
on the
5-year
other side.
warranty
Right, and
with
Chet
flexible
turned
financing
into-
options to fit your budget.
An
Call
empty
the pros
husk,
at Mastercraft
as,
today
Costa
for all
would.
your plumbing,
Not his
heating,
best game.
electrical, and generator
Not
needs.
his
For every
best game.
power
What a
failure or
pro
seasonal
wants.
shift, Mastercraft has
run
you
that
covered.
commercial
Visit
back.
MastercraftHeating.com.
That's can we say that?
MastercraftHeating.com.
97.1.
All right, Rieger's supposed to be here, but Wojo is. That's a new one. Bob, I'm just going to ask you, because I've given up on college athletics. The Sorsby thing today, is this now the final straw for you? Have we reached?
There's so many straws now.
But
There's
is this
19
the final straw?
ones. No, because, we'll forget about him. It doesn't affect your teams, local teams.
No, it affects the integrity of the sport. I'm sorry.
Is there anything left that can more damage the sport than it already is? And it's still very popular, and I don't think that's going to change.
But here's my question. To who? Hey, have you thought about, Bob, you've been a radio host and a writer for 3 decades
75
plus.
years.
No, but my point is, we have never had a lower interest or passion quotient for what we do regarding college football than right now. And I know what you're going to quote, TV numbers and all this crap. Bob, no one in my life is happy with college sports right now. A couple of my buddies have walked away like I have. Bob, it's popular. I just don't know by who. This beautiful man over here is ready to quit, and he loves the sport.
For the record, he's pointing to Rico Beard.
Yes.
Put that on the record.
Sure as hell wasn't pointing to you.
I'm asking you this honestly. Are you shaded because of Michigan State's troubles?
No.
Are you sure?
100%.
Okay.
Bob, for me, it has just been a year over year over year where not a single thing, from the playoff expansion to the conference realignment to the biggest cheating scandal ever.
Too.
And I'll say this, Bob, that, maybe if, MSU was on that Indiana path, okay, it's changed.
But it doesn't feel real.
It's a new type of game. But, you make adjustments. Now it's just, you have no idea who's going to be good. Because people always, what's their record going to be? It could be
no idea.
0-12 and 12-0. I have no idea.
Some of the changes obviously were needed, but too much got changed too fast, and too many people got too shrieky, and too many people that don't really have an emotional investment in college athletics get to make decisions. I swear to God, it's the East Coast media blowhards that try to pretend. Yes, it is
sitting right here.
That try to make college football more and more, and they're the ones that have led the march.
That's what happens when you allow conferences to be run by TV executives.
Well, that's exactly. And college football lost its soul, certainly, its identity, certainly, but not its popularity. That's my take.
Okay, I just would love to know where these people are.
See, Bob, I think it's eroding. I think the popularity is there, but year by year, fewer people jump off the boat, and soon it's going to be okay. College football, everybody likes it. They're like, where is everybody? Because there's no continuity. There's no, I followed this kid for 3 years, and now it's his time.
I'm more excited about the Gordie Howe Bridge opening up than college football.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't even plan on using the bridge.
I showed him that 82-0 game, and he was like, I like this better.
I like that better than college football.
Wait, was that Florida and... No.
I like Jahmai Jones better than college football.
Oh, my.
And I don't like him at all.
Wow. So you're going over to the Gordie Howe Bridge on Friday for the opening. You guys should do your show from there. That's my idea.
Live remote.
Yeah,
sure.
From the top, the wind will be blowing.
Let's check in with sales.
I heard a little bit.
They're just right out back.
Yeah, they're right there.
Mm-hmm.
I heard a little bit of crash and rock today at the golf thing where there were like lawnmowers and blowers. And couldn't they say, guys, can you move just a little bit further away? Well,
it is a golf course, so.
Well, yeah.
What are you doing next? You got 30 seconds, and Rieger's not here.
I'm going to dive into more Larkin, Yzerman, Tigers. Sorsby I find interesting, but let's start with the Wings.
Just save the Tigers till tomorrow.
You know what I say about the Tigers?
No.
Here they come. Woo! Don't let them get hot.
We're doing this?
No, not yet. Not yet. But
can we get through beating up on the Twins and the Astros and maybe,
hey, 5 out of 6 is better than what we've seen.
Okay, you know what they are their last 10 games? 5-5.
It's not a losing record.
You are such a sourpuss.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, what if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5